Good morning and a very warm welcome to all of you who have joined us today. I'm Meenakshi, a third year student at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. I'm glad to be the Master of Ceremonies for the third annual International Conference for the Built Environment, ICBE 2024, organized by the Jindal School of Art and Architecture at OP Jindal Global University. Firstly, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Joydeep Chatterjee, our Dean at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, along with Professor Dr. Arpita Gupta, Dean of Research at OP Jindal Global University and Professor at Jindal Global Law School, Dr. Anant Maringanti, our Keynote Lecturer and Director of Hyderabad Urban Labs, and Pia Lazarus, Vice President of JSA Student Council, to please be seated on the stage for the commencement ceremony of ICBE 2024. I extend a cordial welcome to all the participants of the conference and a welcome to the esteemed guests that have graced us with their presence today at the inaugural ceremony of ICB 2024. The members of the advisory board of JSA, JGU, as well as all our partner universities and institutions. Thank you all for blessing us with your presence at the inaugural ceremony of ICB 2024. We are extremely delighted to have presenters as well as viewers joining in from all over the country. Hosting this conference in a hybrid mode has provided the opportunity for all of us in different places across the country to come together for a couple of days of insightful conversation and engaging dialogue. This gathering serves as a pivotal platform for scholars, practitioners, and enthusiasts of architecture, urban planning, and design to delve into pressing questions that shape today's built environment as we navigate the complexities. Contemporary urbanization, sustainability, technology integration, and societal well being are some of the aims we foster insightful dialogues and exchange innovative ideas and collectively explore solutions that harmonize human needs with the built environment. I would first like to begin with the core idea of the conference, which has sprouted from the multifaceted subjects of discussions we have been engaging with at the Jindal School of Art and Architecture. The built environment as the narrative of the past and continuum of futures, everyday rituals as markers of identity for communities and places, governance's influence in the functioning of urban landscapes, or gender and its role in architectural thought and building practices. And most of all, the relevance of these subjects in representation, materials, form, and construction. As we dive into these discussions, we aim to explore the intersection of theory and practice, bringing together various disciplines, narratives, and themes to address the challenges faced in today's built environment. This helps us develop a clear way of understanding the interdisciplinary methodologies, which is the key to unpacking conventions related to themes such as architectural representation, urban infrastructure, construction methodologies, narratives of habitation, adaptive comfort, cultural heritage, and various other significant topics within this domain. And while there are plenty of research conferences related to the built environment that are engaging with these questions, there are only a few which take these discussions to the level of students and early graduates. And thus, the International Conference of the Built Environment, ICBE 2024, aims to provide that platform to students for them to engage with research in their early stages of career. The JSA at OP Jindal Global University announced its first ever international conference on the built environment in March 2021. Imagined as an annual event, the ICB 2024 aims to foster and nurture a research-oriented ecology of critical thinking and the creation of a peer interaction network among undergraduate, postgraduate, and recently graduated students of the built environment across various disciplines. We are proud to announce that we have received around 60 research papers and poster submissions from across the country and from students across various disciplines ranging from architecture, engineering, sociology, law, and so on. out of which 19 papers were selected to be presented. Within the various sessions of this conference, students will articulate and present their research ideas. For all future updates, we request you all to follow us on our social media platforms, including Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. The conference recordings will also be made available on our ICB YouTube channel. I now call upon Vice President of JSA Student Council, Pia Lazarus, to give us the opening remarks on behalf of the student body. Over to you, Pia.
Good morning. With immense joy and honor, I extend a heartfelt welcome to all of you to the third edition of the International Conference on the Built Environment. I am Pia Lazarus, Vice President of the Student Council of Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and on behalf of the student body, I would like to welcome all esteemed guests, participants, thinkers, and enthusiasts of the built environment. In my first week at JSAA, we watched Chimamanda Adichie's talk on the danger of a single story. To quote Adichie, the single story creates stereotypes. And the problem with stereotypes is not that they are untrue, but that they are incomplete. They make one story become the only story. In my last 3 years here, I have found myself recollecting Adichie's words in various courses. Whether it be discourses on gendered spaces, political spaces, engaging with materials, or going on site visits, JSA fosters an environment where multiple dialogues are involved in understanding the built. JSAA has taught me of the paramount importance of research in design as a foundational pillar for advancing inclusive design practices. Through rigorous inquiry, designers can transcend the limitations of singular narratives, thereby elucidating the multifaceted needs, preferences, and experiences of diverse communities. It is through this scholarly pursuit that we can strive towards the realization of spaces that embrace inclusivity and cultural sensitivity. Thus, it befits us as practitioners in the field of design to interrogate the narratives embedded within our built environment. Conferences such as ours stand as crucibles. ICBE is a platform for undergraduate students such as myself to discuss and exchange ideas with my peers and professionals in the industry. It fosters a culture of collaboration and knowledge exchange between present and future practitioners of the built environment. And on that note, on behalf of the student body, I express our enthusiasm for the stimulating discussions that lie ahead over the weekend, and I hope we all take back at least one new idea from ICBE 2024. Thank you.
Thank you, Pia. As a fellow student, I could completely relate to the words you have shared with us. I now request Professor Arpita Gupta, Dean of Research, JGO, and Professor Jindal Global Law School to present a special address to the gathering.
Good morning, esteemed guests, students, and colleagues. The built environment touches all aspects of our lives. And on behalf of the university's research office, I would like to congratulate the Jindal School of Art and Architecture for ideating and organizing an event that encompasses possibly all relevant aspects of the built environment. It is the quality and impact of research conducted at a university, both by faculty as well as the students, that distinguishes an academic institution. In this address, I will dwell upon three interrelated aspects of academic research that are now globally recognized as constituting the central pillars for creating a vibrant research ecosystem and culture of research-focused educational institutions in general. First, interdisciplinarity and collaboration in research. It is now well recognized that effective real-world problem solving is truly possible only through a multidimensional approach involving interdisciplinarity as well as cross-disciplinary studies. The disciplinary silos need to be dismantled by encouraging collaboration among researchers specializing in different disciplines. Additionally, collaboration and partnership between academia and various public and private organizations, including industry bodies, is absolutely essential for addressing a diverse range of issues of public concern. Second, innovation, technology, and responsible research. Research has great potential to create positive social impact by generating new knowledge and innovative solutions to societal challenges. It is important that research activities align with ethical and legal standards and that they do not cause harm to individuals or communities. This entire process involves commitment to transparency, integrity, and accountability throughout the research process, from the design of the study to the disseminations of findings. Responsible research practices can also help to build trust among all the stakeholders. The third important aspect of an ideal research ecosystem that I would like to emphasize upon is sustainability. Now, universities have long been entrusted by society with the responsibility to contribute not only to their local communities, but also to the global community through research and teaching. Their faculty and students can contribute to developing a holistic understanding of a wide range of local, national, and global challenges and find ways to address the same. The role of universities in the road to sustainable development is absolutely crucial. There is perhaps no better way for universities to strengthen their commitment to confront the societal issues our generation is faced with than to adopt the framework of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals in their pedagogy as well as management strategies. Universities can also collaborate with other stakeholders such as governments, business, industry, and civil society actors in working towards conducting sustainable development goal focused research. Although the SDGs explicitly recognize education and research as goals, universities have a much broader role to play in the implementation of all SDGs by contributing to interdisciplinary research, innovation, leadership, teaching, and learning to create global awareness and solutions. And it gives me great pleasure to observe that this conference on built environment embodies so well all the three aspects of impactful research that I've highlighted in this address: interdisciplinarity, innovation, and sustainability. Thus, I would like to congratulate the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, led by its truly dynamic and interdisciplinary dean, Professor Jaideep Chatterjee, for its imagination and vision in putting together such events. And I would like to extend the support of the university's research office towards all such future endeavors. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Gupta, for your valuable words in reinforcing the importance of research. As we begin, I now request our Dean, Professor Dr. Jaideep Chatterjee, to commence the International Conference on the Built Environment with an introduction to the conference. Over to you, Dr. Chatterjee.
Good morning, everyone. A very warm welcome to all of you, especially our keynote speaker, Dr. Anant Maringanti. I'm not going to take up too much time. He's the one who's supposed to speak today. But what I'm going to do briefly is try and give you all a little bit of a background on this idea of the conference itself. You know, it really started off, I must say, from our own, when we were starting off this school, from our own experiences as undergraduate students in India, right? And especially in the discipline, in areas surrounding the built environment. It was interesting. Research or any kind of discursive look at this was really discouraged, right? Especially in a school of architecture, right? Especially in a school of design. I mean, there are historical reasons for it. I don't want to get into that. It has a lot to do with how the discipline of architecture, the discipline of design, really comes out of a particular ideological kind of a confluence. But that is what it was, right? And then a lot of us who were starting the school, all of us had actually gone outside. And when we were starting this school, one of the first things we realized was, we all kind of talked one day about it, and we said, but what about doing something? I mean, some kind of having a kind of forum where undergraduate students could come and talk about the kind of work that they are doing, right? Because it's very interesting, just if we take schools of architecture in this country, there are about 476 schools of architecture in this country, right? And approximately, if we take about 200 to 250 per students, it's more than 12,000 students who are there in this country who are studying architecture concurrently, right? Then you take schools of design, you take departments of geography, you take departments of history, all of that, and everyone is interested in. You take departments of urban design, planning. We are looking at close to 25,000 students who are working in this area. And yet, there was never a single forum, right, in which students could actually come and get a little bit of an idea and present what is it that they're working on. And we did, I remember thinking that, and we would have conversations with students, right? And students would say, yeah, we're working on this very exciting thing, right? And then we would say, okay, are you thinking of presenting it somewhere? And then they would say, but where? Where would we present this, right? And that is how, somewhere in 2019, it was just before COVID hit, and the 2019 batch, which is actually graduating, they're not here, we started talking about this in the school. And then the 2019, which is the second batch of the school, said, because we started in 2018, turned around and said, you know what, we are going to do a student-led conference, right? And that's how this conference, in a sense, began. But lo and behold, the year we started, we had COVID, right? But we plowed through. First edition happened. Second edition happened last year in 2023. We had to skip a couple of years, and this is the third edition of it happening. So I'm extremely happy, that this is happening again. I am extremely happy, and I think every year the number of participants, or at least the number of papers we are receiving, is going up. So that's signs of good tidings, right? That are there. I would like to congratulate all of you who have organized this, right? I would like to thank the School Research Council, right, for doing this together. Khushbu, you've been a part of it. Tapati, you've been a part of it. All the students and the volunteers who have done it. So thank you so much for doing this. I think we've got to keep going, and I think we've got to keep the word going out there. Right? And I think we are going to see that more and more every year. I think the number of people, the number of papers we receive, it's very interesting. We have actually also received papers internationally. I don't know if we received that this year, but past 2 years we did. Right? So I think the word is also spreading that there's something happening, that people from all over the world can come and present here. Right? And that's something I want to encourage. Right? So we truly make it more and more global as far as possible. But thank you all for doing this. I look forward to all the sessions. There are some very, very interesting sessions between today and tomorrow, right? And hope we have a lively round of question answers going on after that, all right? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee, for introducing the conference. As we move ahead with the inaugural ceremony of ICB 2024, we are delighted to have with us Dr. Anant Maringanti for his keynote lecture titled Designing in Times of Uncertainty. I would like to invite Ayushi Gupta, a fourth-year student at Jindal School of Art and Architecture, to introduce the speaker as well as moderate the question-answer session that follows. Over to you, Ayushi.
I have, through my limited experience in this field, realized that people over time start speaking in the vocabulary of the built. But for Anand sir, the built and the city is his mother tongue. There is so much that a gully can teach you, and Anand Sir's experiences of tracing, collecting, and telling stories have been across so many such gullies, literally and metaphorically. His varied conquests in life enable him to embody the energy of multi and interdisciplinarity, based on a simple understanding that nothing exists in isolation of other things. Dr. Anant Maranganti is a geographer with a PhD from the University of Minnesota. Apart from being a journalist and an author, he also holds a degree in engineering and advanced design program from NIT Ahmedabad. His bio may say that his research and teaching interests are centered around questions of urbanization and globalization from the South Asian vantage points. However, with Anand Sir, I've realized that the sky is the limit, that knowledge has no end, and perhaps life's quest is to simply keep learning. Research and teaching interests can be anything that make you curious. Currently the co-founder and the executive director of Hyderabad Urban Labs, Anand Sir is the facilitator of iLocal, a way to reimagine the local within the city and return it back to the community, which simply started by building a staircase in a local settlement of Hilltop Colony in Maratpalli, Hyderabad. The way I see it, it's a way of grinning at a seemingly daunting wicked problem and doing away with it. HUL brings a perfect blend of pragmatism and fantasy to the idea of the built with their projects. They use the social context to subvert the normative understanding of design and cities. One of the most important things that Anand Sir asked me in my first week of working with him was A, what is your trip in life? And B, what is your practice? As students and practitioners, perhaps our entire existence is about figuring the answers to these two questions. Everything else is merely a side quest. I can't express enough gratitude to Anand Sir for the things that I have learned from him and the way he has always made me think. I know I'm still slacking on a few assignments, but I hope one of these days I'm able to produce something from HUL, something for HUL that ties it all together. It is an extreme honor to introduce Dr. Anant Maranganti for ICBE for the keynote lecture, Designing in Times of Uncertainty.
No, this is fine. Um, open all of them. I'll just pull out whichever one I wanted to know. These are two, and then there's a tab that has to be opened up. I'll pull them out whenever I need them. Actually, I can open it myself. Don't worry. Yeah. The tab. Yeah. Fine. That's fine. Thank you all for having me here. Can you all hear me? The back? Okay. I'm kind of still trying to figure out which parts of what Ayushi said to believe and which I'm not supposed to believe. But let me say that I'm really, really pleased to be here. It's a privilege to be in a place where there's so many young people. I think one of the most interesting things that's happening in this country right now is that this is a country in which there's a tremendous amount of explosion of energies from young people. And it brings its own opportunities, it brings its own challenges. It also means that there's a lot that the old 4Gs will have to begin to try to understand. If there is anything that I want to say for myself, it is that when we started Hyderabad Urban Lab, one of the first projects that we began to work on was a project called Faith in the City. And the grant makers were thinking that faith in the city should mean religion in the city. Where are the mosques? Where are the temples? Where are the churches? Where is religion in the city? What's happening in these places? We decided that it's actually a good idea to turn it around and ask that question somewhat differently, so that the grant makers do not know what we are actually doing, which is a good thing to do, but also allow us to play with the idea. So we said that this project is really about faith in the city as a collective space. Do we really have faith in our cities? Do we really believe that our cities are the places for our future? Right? And so what we did was to interview young people in some depth in many cities: Paris, Berlin, Athens, Jakarta, and Hyderabad. Interviewed 20 to 30 young people. The goal was that we would interview them for about 45 minutes. We gave very strict instructions to the researchers that 45 minutes to 50 minutes, no longer than that. As it turned out, every one of the interviewees said, "Abhi abhi to shuru hui hai, abhi to dosti ban rahi hai, aise kaise tod ke ja sakte ho, we want to talk." Now, many of them turned out to be like 6-hour long, 8-hour long interviews. And we gave the interviewers a set of simple guidelines about what kind of data to look for, right? What is your daily spatial routine? Where do you sit? Where do you go? What do you do during the day, right? So we wanted a map of that. We wanted a map of where you were when you were a child, where you are now, and where do you think you will go. So it's a kind of a pathway into the future from somewhere in the past. Your past becomes a kind of resource to imagine the future. And the question was therefore that what kinds of spaces do we have in our city that give us a sense of moral orientation? Right? When I was growing up, the neighborhood library was a very important place for me. That's where the older people, the younger people, everybody would hang out. Everybody is watching everybody else. Everybody is reading and so on. Hyderabad had this very interesting institution called Mere Mohalla. Mere Mohalla is the guy who is in the street and he gives you the character certificate. मतलब नौकरी के लिए जा रहे हो कहीं पे, तो they ask for a conduct certificate. It's the Mere Mohalla who gives you the character certificate that this guy is an okay chap to hire, right? So you're going to be careful with him, right? You want to be seen by him. He's the mentor. He's the guy who gives you the moral orientation in life. So what kinds of institutions, what kinds of spaces of that kind are available for young people in the city? What do they do when such spaces begin to shrink? How do they reinvent them? How do they rebuild these places in the neighborhoods, right? That's where our work began. And I'm so glad that that's where it began for us, because our concern, therefore, with young people, and in some way a reflection of our own concern about ourselves as we are growing older, has found a lot of very, very meaningful expressions over the years. Now, a couple of things that come out of that in terms of what Jaideep and Arpita have just said. One is that I think that some of the best journals in the world, academic journals, were started by students. Students get together and say, this is what we are interested in. And they begin to build an institution because they are the people who are in some way able to transmit a set of values from one cohort to the next. And that as an idea that there is a cross-cohort learning, that there are values, practices, learnings that are to be transmitted from one cohort to the next one is a very important idea, right? And there, as you begin to articulate a set of ideas and say, this is what we understand of the built environment from this institution, then that begins to shape a whole lot of new ways of thinking, and that builds into something really fantastic. That's one. I think that it'll be really great to see something like that happening from a place like this. It shouldn't be a large open carnival of ideas, which is good. But at some point of time, even if you say that, okay, so this is about 100 different ideas blossoming, and that's what our value is, you have to be able to articulate what that value of this organization is going to be. Second thing is this whole question of research ethics. One of the things that I have realized over the years working with a lot of young researchers is that institutions think about research ethics primarily as a question of their own liability, right? Universities are afraid that researchers go out in using the name of the institution and do something which will bring a lawsuit to them. They don't want to take that risk. Therefore, they have an institutional review board, which is basically giving them the guarantee that we have covered all our grounds, and Anything happens there, the liability will not come back to me. I'm not going to be sued. That's what they want to protect. Now, the issue with this is very simply this. Going out into the field to do research, especially any research that involves going out into the field, particularly in a world which is so uncertain as it is now, in a world in which there's so much intermingling happening, right? We keep talking about the global south and the global north. These are not latitudinal differences. It's not like up to this latitude is global north and below that is global south. It's not. You go to Detroit, you will find global south. You go to Manchester, you will find global south. You come to Hyderabad, you will find global north, right? How do we understand this? My own definition of the global south is that it's the place where the majority of people are bearers of the historical injustice. You're aware of some injury, you're aware of some structural injustice. As the majority people, you're bearing it, you're experiencing it in your own body, in the way you move around places. And that's the global south. Now, what does that mean for research? It simply means that as you go out into the field to ask questions, you will begin to realize, and this is something that very few people actually know how to even record because we don't have the protocols, right? What happens is this. There are certain places which are completely inaccessible to people bearing certain identities. We can walk into, many people who are in institutions of higher education can walk into any poor person's house and ask them minutest details about kitna pani peete ho, kitna khana khate ho, kya karte ho, bachchon ko kaise bada karte ho. You can walk right into their bedrooms and ask the most intimate questions as if we are entitled to that knowledge. We can bring out all of that, right? Can you imagine going into a gated community and ask them how much water do you use for washing your car? Right? Nobody will even allow you to enter that place. Right? What does this do to our methodology? You have young women going out to meet middle-aged government officers who might say, well, come and meet me in the evening, I'll give you all the data. And the young woman is puzzled. She doesn't know what to do, whether she should go or not, because if she says, I won't come, then she won't get the data. If she says, I will come, go there, nothing may happen, but you're still somehow left with this very uneasy feeling that somehow you have been violated, somehow you have been compromised, and you're left with that ugly feeling which you don't know what to do with, right? How do we deal with this? This kind of everyday paper cuts, this kind of everyday injury, which adds up over time into something which is very, very deeply corrosive. Should this be seen as part of personal and institutional and collective research responsibility or not? Right? How do we bring this into conversations about responsibility and ethics? Is it ethical for a young woman to say, all right, I'll come in the evening and collect my data? Or is she doing something wrong, if not for herself, but by reproducing a structure and therefore actually harming a whole bunch of researchers that come after you, because now that officer does not know that what is done is wrong. No way of knowing, and you have allowed that to reproduce, right? So I think the second thing that we really have to think very carefully about is how do we bring in questions of self-care, responsibility towards oneself in research? And that matters a lot for the global south. It doesn't matter so much for the global north because bearers of privilege and entitlement are often completely unaware of what they are actually being able to access without any question at all anywhere. The others are aware of it. And that's the majority of us, right? Whatever we do, in the end, even if you're very rich, even if you're very privileged, you still have an axis along which you're lose all of that and you're completely exposed to something very sharp and corrosive. And you'll have to learn how to deal with that. And we need to open up these things in our research methodology conversations. I'll just stop with that. It's just two thoughts that have to be thought through. Now, what does all of this have to do with the uncertainty that I said I will talk about, right? One of the things that has happened in this world and has not been properly addressed by any of the world leaders until now in the last 40 or 50 years, is that the world has, from 1970 onwards, hurtled towards a very peculiar situation where very little in this world has any kind of durability. Things are not durable anymore. The Cold War, for all of its ugliness, gave us a stable world. We could have area studies programs, we could have government jobs, we could have pensions, we could have the guarantee that thoda upar niche hoga, but rupee will kind of be where it is. We are not sure of anything now. And we haven't been sure of anything now for the last 50 years. 1972, 73, when the dollar crisis happened, when the oil crisis happened, when the world began to fall apart, that's where things began to change, right? And as one of my geography professors used to say, that the way this has happened is that think of the world as a jigsaw puzzle, right? Now, all of us have seen our political maps of the world. The world map looks like a jigsaw puzzle where you have countries, and countries have very closely matching boundaries. And the shapes are very, very bizarre, but they're still shapes which fit very snugly and neatly together with each other, right? Now, Neil Smith says that it's like sometime in the early 70s, a very willful child took that jigsaw puzzle and threw it up into the air. The pieces went up. The troubling thing is that the pieces that came down are not the same that went up, right? So now you don't know how to put the jigsaw puzzle back. And that's what we have been struggling with for the last many, many years, right? What do you do when USSR and USA are not at each other's throats in the way in which we have known? And we said we are the non-aligned movement and we are kind of fine, you know? So we have our friends. They know that they are the enemies. Now you don't know who's enemy. You don't know who's friend. And we don't know how to put this whole thing back together. That's the uncertainty, right? At the highest global structural level, at the geopolitical level. But as you begin to then look at the everyday situations in this, boundaries have become very, very porous. Borders have become very porous, or they've always been porous. It has only become intensified in a much more complicated way. You just don't know what the hell is going on. Money moves across boundaries. Money has moved across boundaries for hundreds of years, right? We have a lot of international transactions which have been going on for hundreds of years through simple bookkeeping, and it has worked. But what has changed now is that there are many more routes through which things can happen, and very difficult to keep track of what's happening. Money, ideas, images, people. What happened in the early 90s was that suddenly everybody began to get excited with the arrival of internet, with the arrival of a whole lot of new technologies, with the collapse of the Soviet Union and so on, that the world has now become completely borderless, that distance has died, nation states have disappeared, the world has become a small village, global village, and the earth is now pretty much flat. And this is when actually, and this is my favorite story, that geographers suddenly started feeling very uneasy. What the hell am I supposed to do if distance doesn't matter? Because my bread and butter isn't distance, right? I know that it takes money to move things across the world. I know that there is friction. I know that there are gates, there are barriers, and mapping them is what I do. That's what the geographer does. And now I'm being told that none of this matters. So people started then putting things together in a very different way. What am I supposed to make of this, right? And one of the very interesting outcomes of that was that people began to say that maybe there is a way in which we can reimagine all of this. Let me see if I can pull up that image. That's what the world was looking like, right? In the 70s. We still kind of imagine that that's what the world broadly looks like. You have the core, you have the periphery, you have the semi-periphery, right? And you know that the core is where you have a very diverse economy. You have all primary agriculture, you have service manufacturing, and then you have the service sector. Service sector will dominate in the core, and in the periphery, it's primary sector, agriculture, mining, that kind of thing is what we do. And in the middle, you have somewhere things kind of coming together in some sort of way. So you know pretty much how the world is actually organized. Then things begin to look very different. Right? If boundaries don't matter, borders don't matter, connectivities matter, then how do you make sense of the world? You make sense of the world in terms of which airport sees the most number of people passing through. Right? So you start looking for, you don't look for GDP anymore. You say how many people go through Heathrow, how many people go through Bombay, right? Depending on the number of people passing through the airport, I say this is a more powerful city, that's a less powerful city. I can then look at internet data packages. I can then look at the presence of multinational companies' headquarters. I can then look for all kinds of point data and say that, look, this city looks much more powerful than that city, right? So I start putting together data that gives me a sense of concentration of power in some cities. It gives me also a sense of beltways of ideas, right? Depending on the data packages moving, I know that if there's so much data moving between two cities, obviously people are talking to each other, obviously images are passing, obviously ideas are passing, maybe money is passing. There's a beltway through which things are moving, which are immaterial, non-material, they're not people, right? So then you start mapping all of these things and say that maybe there is a way in which we can get out of the core, periphery, semi-periphery kind of a hierarchy and say we have alpha city, beta city, gamma city, and that's the way to do this, right? So we start then putting together information that allows me to put. But once you've done that, you realize that something very funny is going on. New York is still the powerful city. London is still the same powerful city. Bombay, whatever you do, it is still not as powerful as Chicago or New York or Tokyo, right? It cannot. Somehow there's something holding it back. That was when people began to say that actually maybe the world hasn't changed as much as we have been imagining. So then what do? So world map will have to be redrawn now. It has to be redrawn as a map of a mosaic of countries with a galaxy of cities on top. And somewhere between these two, we will have to figure out what's going on, right? Now you see what's going on, right? You have a very complex situation. You have GDP, you have data packages moving, and we don't know how to put this story back together. That's your uncertainty. And this is an uncertainty in which our idea of planning also begins to take a serious beating, right? Sometime in the early 2000s, we began to realize that planners are no longer confident about anything anymore. They're talking very doubtfully, very uncertainly. कि पता नहीं हो सकता है, नहीं हो सकता है, we don't know, right? Until then, even if the data was all wrong, they were very confident because they knew that on the territory, the nation state still has control. Now that power has been completely re-engineered, completely reorganized, and we don't know what to do. So everybody begins to then talk very tentatively, very uncertainly, very unsurely, and we don't know how to make things come together. As we are trying to work through that, new ideas begin to emerge, and that's the time when you begin to hear the word urban design actually emerging as an idea. What begins to happen is that you don't know how the old planning approach will really work. We need to invent new ways of doing things. So you have ideas like you're going to have some kind of a city level comprehensive development plan, which doesn't have any statutory value, right? Master plan has a statutory value. Developmental control has a legal value, but it's not enough because everything is uncertain. I still remember reading with great wonder looking at the Hyderabad city master plan, the person who wrote the introduction to that inserted one very beautiful paragraph in it. I remember the words so very vividly now. Say that in the last 10 years, everything in the city has changed so much that I'm not sure what's going to happen next. What has changed? Land that was reserved for food grain storage has been handed over to a fashion technology institute. Right? What am I supposed to do? Everything in the city is changing. The values are changing. The demand for land is changing. Land value is changing. In such uncertain moments, how do we plan? So then the comprehensive city development plan, which then becomes eventually the structure for JNRM, brings together a new system, an institutional system in which they say, let's try and see if we can get together all the stakeholders in the city to come together and say that we are coming up with some kind of a strategic plan, and that strategic plan is flexible enough, but gives the mandate to a group of people to act, think on their feet and take decisions, right? Your old master plan is a very rigid document. It just tells you what you're supposed to do, what you're not supposed to do. You may completely break the rules, but the rules are there, right? Whatever you do, if you're not following the rules, you're illegal. In the new plan, which doesn't have a legal backing, but an institutional innovation, what you have done is to say that, look, I'm giving you a broad, loose framework, and in this loose framework, you are authorized to take strategic decisions, tactical decisions at any given moment. That's the freedom that you give yourself, right? This need, this ability to be able to think on your feet, be light-footed, be agile, and take decisions on behalf of millions of people, right? It comes with tremendous responsibility, comes with tremendous risk, and this is what we are struggling with. This is the kind of thing that governments are not trained to do. This is the kind of thing that governments are not have the capacity to deal with. And so what they have been doing, and this is where things begin to go horribly wrong in some cases and quite all right in some cases, they begin to depend heavily on consultants. So the huge number of consultants who specialize in things begin to step in. The thing that goes wrong is that consultants have no stake in the place, right? If something goes wrong, it doesn't matter to them. They can walk away. They've done their job. They're giving you the advice and go away. The government there has to hold on to it. The people there will have to hold on to it, right? So you actually begin to see the emergence of a completely new geography of vulnerability, of risk. Somebody takes the risk, the vulnerability is borne by somebody else. And we don't know how to deal with that. That brings you a completely new set of responsibilities as professional designers. In our work in Hyderabad Urban Lab, and I'll just quickly move on to what we've been trying to do and the kind of things that Ayushi was referring to when she was saying what we do, it's not so much that we are very, very deeply embedded in some places. It is that we're saying that we have to rethink the way in which we produce knowledge about places. We're saying that you need to embed yourself in places, understand the specificity of local pathways, and turn that into a method, right? So you can work with remotely sensed data, but you must understand that the trajectories of any given place are entirely local. So you need to find a way of bringing the two scales together. And that means you got to immerse yourself, embed yourself, kind of burrow into places. And that's what Hyderabad Urban Lab does. In fact, the idea of an urban lab is always that it's an institution that is set up by not just the Hyderabad Urban Lab, but labs and similar things set up everywhere. They're usually set up by people who have a deep love and hate for this place. Right? I know this city. I hate it. I love it. It's just such an amazingly rich thing. And that's what I want to see. Right? That's your method. So what you do, therefore, is that you bring all your skills, you bring all of your understandings to open things up and figure out how to put things back together, right? That's the work of a designer. What do designers do? They take things which are reified, bundled together in some way, unpack them, and then rebundle them. That's what basically, finally, ultimately design comes down to. You're rebundling things. And this is a world in which things are getting unbundled in all kinds of ways. You figure out how to bring them back and put them together in some way, right? I want to quickly show you a few things in which these things matter a lot. So this is one of my favorite maps made by one of our interns. So this intern student comes to us from a development studies master's program and says that I need to intern with you. I can't go anywhere else. I have to be here this summer with you. So we said, okay, we really can't think of any work for you to do right now, but how about making a map of your own town? And he said, kiska map banao? I said, make a map of the caste in your town. And he said, that data kahan se milega? Caste ka to census hi nahi hua hai aur is level ka to milta hi nahi. I said, you grew up in that town. You were born there. You know all the names of every single street. And your street name tells you the caste of the people who live there. That's what small towns are like. So he said, that's true. So I said, draw it. So he then started drawing it out. And once he put it all together, caste and religion in Shikohabad, just basically put down the names of all the streets, then start talking to people, and really, really interesting insights come out. And then on top of it, I said, let's put down the infrastructure. Who has what? And you begin to understand some very, very interesting things. Who gets to sell food in the town? Which caste gets to sell food in town? Which caste gets to sell food outside of the town? Right? Which group of girls can afford to go to school? Which group of girls don't go to school because of the route through which they have to walk? All of these things become possible because this is knowledge that you're carrying in your body. It's not written down anywhere. Which began to make us think fundamentally at that time that there is something that we all must begin to think about very seriously, which we began to call the tacit knowledge of our cities. The tacit knowledge because you know it, and what you know is much more than you can ever codify. Right? That's what tacit knowledge actually means, that it's that knowledge which is in excess of what you can codify. And we have to figure out how to work with that, right? And it's a fundamental problem for most industries, most institutions now. An IT company in which somebody sits down and develops a software for 5 years can document only so much of what he knows. There's a lot that that person is carrying that has come out of that experience of doing things. And when that person walks out of the company, a major investment of the company is gone. So companies are worried about how to deal with this. How do you teach a nurse how to give an injection? You can't write a manual on how to give an injection. The nurse will have to be shown how to give an injection. She has to poke 3 people. The 4th one she gets right. Right? That's the only way it works. So tacit knowledge, the knowledge that we bear in our bodies, in our minds, in our heads, which is never recorded, very never documented, is such an important part of what we do. So part of the methodology of Hyderabad Urban Lab is that you begin to burrow into places to be able to tap into these knowledges which are not actually documented anywhere. Right? And it's very important. Most officials who are locally placed know this. Nobody writes this down. You go and talk to the local level government official, they'll tell you. Sab aisa kaam hota hai. Right? One step above them, people who are in seriously transferable jobs have no understanding of this. IAS officers who come at the top of the institution and move after 3 years have really no idea how things work on the ground. Right? Earlier generations IAS officers knew a lot, and which is still partly the case that a lot of IAS officers start in the districts. as collectors, as that's where they get to know because they're on the streets. They have to understand things, right? But the method, once you have it, it travels with you. If you miss that part of your training, then you have no idea what's going on, right? So now let me very quickly show you something else. In October 2020, we had a massive flood in the city of Hyderabad, bang in the middle of COVID. Right, first wave of COVID was over. We had heavy rains, bad floods, and Hyderabad's floods have a very peculiar character. 1908 was a massive, very dramatic one, but before that we had several in the 19th century. Basically, what happens is this: Hyderabad is part of the Deccan Plateau, as many of you would know. The Deccan Plateau has a very chaotic drainage pattern. The rain comes down, the water goes in 5 different directions because of the nature of that terrain. So basically what happens is the water comes down and settles down at so many different locations before it goes down. So people started building small dams all around them. And Mokshagundam Visvesvaraya, the famous engineer who was consulted immediately after the 1908 flood, writes in his memoirs of my working life very beautifully how this thing worked. In an area of 800 square kilometers, in every square kilometer, there's a water body, and these are all at different contour levels. So from the north and from the south, you have like steps, different contour levels that come down to the river. And at each level, you have a string of lakes. So you breach the top one, the water comes down at one go and breaks the second layer. Then it breaks another, and then the third one, and it comes down to the river. That's what had happened in 1908. All of the water at one go came into the middle of the city and drowned a lot of things. So then they built an entirely new system of drainaging, making sure that there's not water in the river for most of the year by building 2 dams outside of the city, which would hold all the water. So most of the time, the river is pretty much like a dry bed. And in the rainy season, if it comes in, it comes through. Since 2020, with all the new construction that is happening, with most of the water bodies having lost their command areas, right? There's no agriculture happening. So they've all begun to treat them as dead storage tanks. They built roads into the foreshore. I mean, some of you would know the structure of a water body, a lake. Basically, you have a bund, which is a wall, it's a dam, and then you have the foreshore, which is where the water finally spreads. So there is something called the full tank level, which is where up to which the water comes, and after that it recedes. So the seasonal story here is that in the monsoons, from July to August, September, October, the tank fills up. By October, you have the maximum spread of water, and then it begins to recede, right? The land that gets exposed when the water recedes is called a littoral zone. In south, we call it the Shikham. Talab ka Shikham land, right? The land that gets exposed. That land is full of nutrients. And it's the nutrients which then give rise to all kinds of insects, is why you have all of your migrant birds coming. Migratory birds come there to feed, right? Now, what has happened is that most tanks have lost that littoral zone now because we built roads through that. And then it has turned into real estate. So this is what happens, right? You take an agricultural landscape and turn it into urban, you begin to lose all of these resources which have been available to you until now, which make a lot of life possible, kind of currently disappearing. As that begins to happen, by 2020, we have had a series of easily 5 or 6 major floods. 2020 was the worst one. In that really, really bad flood, one of the things that we realized is that with our existing technology, with our existing knowledge, we have no way of giving early flood warning. Government has been constantly pushing for early flood warnings. And we have said that Early flood warning is basically saying that you have water up to your ankles, you're going to get it up to your knees in the next 3 hours. That's the early flood warning that you can give, which is nice to know, but not very useful, right? You need a lot of artificial intelligence, you need a lot of local information, but landscape is constantly changing. So what do? In that kind of uncertainty, you have to build scenarios. If this happens, what will it look like and what should our responses be? So that's what we began to start pushing towards. And we have been generally finding that everywhere, most people who are working on these kinds of situations are thinking in terms of building scenarios. You build scenarios because you know that there is no certainty, right? There's no way you can predict exactly what is going to happen. So what happens with this? That's what your water bodies of Hyderabad actually look like. This is just the western part. Streams everywhere connecting and emptying into the tanks. These are the two tanks that were built. Usman Sagar and Himayat Sagar, the two tanks that were basically the flood balancing reservoirs. Right? This is what happened in the 2020 flood. So what we did is to go into places, talk to a lot of people, and what we realized in our work is that there were three different types of floods. One was the overflow, one was the breach of the bund, and the third one was the tank catchment itself got flooded because there's too much water, right? Each of them resulted in a very different kind of water coming in. And now at this point of time, we are actually looking at a very different research scenario where we found that in many places where, okay, let me just step back. One of the interesting things about urban floods that we all must know is that it doesn't come with mud. It comes with fecal matter. That's the urban flood, right? You go into a rural area, your flood is with mud. You come into the city, it's not the mud, it's the fecal sludge. And that means cleaning it up is a much bigger problem, right? So you need volunteers, you need skilled people, you need public health officials moving in. And in the 2020 flood, because we had no preparation for this, we just had to depend on whatever was available. And two resources came in handy very, very beautifully. One was all the Bihari migrant workers in the city, because they knew exactly what to do in a flood like this. They said, plastic drums nikalo, hum rafts bana denge, nikal ke sara saman leke aayenge. They saved lives. Dozens of lives were saved by Bihari migrant workers who could take plastic drums, go into the water, bring people out. Who could go and take food and reach it to people, right? We discovered that no women were trained for rescue work in the city. And so we had literally dozens of women who were saying that we will not come out. We don't want to be rescued by men. So we had to then mobilize religious leaders to go and talk to them and say that it's okay, right? We had to do that kind of work. We had to mobilize people to volunteer to take over buildings and say that, 3 din, I'm responsible for this building. I will clean it up and hand it over to the owners. We had to figure out how to deal with challenges of dignity for a lot of people who said that we want help, but we don't want to be photographed as people who are taking help, right? So what had to be done, therefore, was to say that, okay, we'll give you tokens, 5,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, depending on what the estimate of your loss is. Take those tokens, go to the shop, take whatever you want. Just open up shops. And that saved a lot of people, right? We've told every small kirana store, grocery store in the neighborhoods that, because first people who lose in these kind of floods are the small stores, because they don't have a lot of higher level storage. The ground is where they keep all the rice, the mirch, the dal, everything gets destroyed. Create shelves in the house. It's this kind of work. How do you deal with a flood when it actually hits you? That's the knowledge that we began to generate, right? So in terms of uncertainty, apart from figuring out eventually how to reduce uncertainty, you have to learn to teach people, build resources to deal with the thing when it hits you. And that's a lot of capacity building work. That's a lot of attitudinal work, right? So that's the kind of work that we've been doing. Now I'll close this and come to something else that we've been doing, which actually Aishi also referred to. So that's something that we did at the beginning of COVID. Slowly building out into something very interesting. We will have to see where it will eventually go. Essentially, we were asked by a foundation to run a roundtable on water. So we ran a roundtable on water. We said that basically it looks like you have groundwater experts, you have surface water experts, you have sewage experts, but they're all talking about water. The water that is coming into the city is all coming from majorly 2 or 3 sources. That's all, right? It's the river water that is being brought in through pipes. It's the water that is held by tanks and being released into the city, and the groundwater. Now, it's the same thing which is circulating into all these different forms. So how do we make people talk? So the challenge, therefore, was to get experts into the room to not talk about what they know, but to talk about what they don't know. So we said, this is the rule. Please come and talk about what you don't know, right? And that conversation led to some very interesting insights. And as we began to work through that, one of the things that was actually asked from us by the people who wanted to support this financially was that we want to give you small amounts of money, 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, no more than that, to do some meaningful intervention somewhere in the city. So we said, fine. So we ran a competition for ideas, do something about water. And a group of architecture students said that there is an area here which is on the edge of a hill, and there's a lot of dirty water that keeps coming down. There are water pipelines that are coming down from there, which are a lot of leakages, very dangerous area. Now, can we put something together to solve this problem? And we started putting that together. Do I have another 10 minutes? 5 minutes? Yeah? Okay. So we put this thing together, and the students then actually started building it. A staircase with a channel in the middle through which you have the water pipelines being drawn out, and houses on both sides. But as they began to do that, they realized that a nice community is being built, and to work with that community, it's possible to, it is necessary to actually do a lot of other things that the community needs. So they painted the walls. They created blackboards on the walls so the kids can sit there and work. Somebody came in and said, we'll teach you how to grow plants. So what happened eventually was that the water problem was somewhat sorted out, but along with that, a beautiful community space got created between these 2 houses, rows of houses. That community space actually has nurtured a lot of new relationships through which we even today keep getting pictures from the area whenever a new flower is blossoming. There's a kid who sends us a photograph every time he sees a beautiful new flower, right? The place has become a gathering spot for kids every day in the evening. And they sit, they use the blackboards, they work there, they read, all of that kind of stuff. Then, as this began to shape up, we said maybe we should actually do this on a slightly larger scale. My dream at that time was a very silly, as I'm realizing it now, that I thought it'll be lovely to do 100 small pinpricks like this across the city, right? It'll connect up in a nice way. And I kept talking about it, so somebody must have heard it and then said, let's do this. So the government then said, this is lovely. We'll get free credit for everything. We'll give you small money, 2 crores. Just take 2 crores, do 100 of these projects across the city. We were scared, signed up the MOU. And then we realized that there's so many things which are wrong with the idea, which is that governments actually have lost the ability to spend small amounts of money over the years. 2 lakh rupees, 3 lakh rupees, they don't know what to do. How do you spend it? I can spend 2 crores, right? Now, this is at so many different levels. One is that many officers are actually embarrassed to say that they are signing a check for 2 lakhs. because their own status is dependent on the size of the check that they're signing, size of the portfolio they're handling, right? So they openly tell you that, sir, ye kya hai? 2 लाख का क्या कर रहे हो आप, 5 लाख का क्या कर रहे हो, 50 लाख का बनाओ ना, तब कुछ बात बनती है. This is exactly what they tell you, right? This is one problem. The second problem is that governments often have to spend money, even if it is more than 50,000 rupees, through a tender. Now, to put out a tender, you have to produce the documents for the bid. That documentation is not done inside the government, it is outsourced. Now, how do you pay this outsourcing, the consultant who produces the documents? You pay that person as a percentage of the estimated cost. 1% of the estimated cost. 2 lakh rupees, 1%. Why would any consultant want to touch it, right? So the consultant says that, sir, isko 50 lakh to banana chahiye. So he finds ways of escalating the cost where something can be done in 2 lakhs, it will be escalated to 50 lakhs. So we keep constantly frustrated. The worst thing that we faced in the middle of all of this is that a lot of architects, as we realized, is that have a tendency to think that ki khuli jagah hai to bhar dalo. Literally, khuli jagah hai to bhar dalo usko. Put something in it, right? So much of built stuff for no reason at all. And I have been insisting that do something here with the openness, with the void. Shape the void. Let the built do that work of shaping the void, not the other way around, right? And it is so hard to get in. And then we realized that a lot of other things over a period of time that has to be dealt with at the level of actually talking through to people, which is that PPT and then AI have given shortcuts to architects' imagination. Right? So you want to think about an idea, you don't craft it with your hands, you pick up something from somewhere and say, aisa dikhega. This is what it will look like, right? Now, once that begins to happen, you're short-circuiting your own imagination. Nothing new begins to happen at all anymore after that. There's huge struggle with all of these kinds of problems. So finally, what we thought is that in our next edition of this, we should actually run this as a very simple idea competition. There's no question of this being implemented as it is right away. It's an idea level competition. You will get a prize at the end of it. If you want to work on it further, we will work with you. But otherwise, you take the prize, you go home. But give us an idea. How is the idea going to be actually delivered? It's going to be delivered under CC licensing, which means that you generate a good idea. You can do whatever you want to do with it. We can do whatever we want to do with it. We'll give you credit, right? So we opened this up. What we did is to run a series of workshops. We said that you're not going to enter into this competition by yourselves with your ideas. We will talk to you. What we did is to take 10 sites across the city, and we did extremely detailed documentation with 360-degree videos, with social notes, with sketches, drawings, measured drawings, everything. We're giving you everything, which means that even if you're sitting in Myanmar, have never been to India, you can still have some sense of what to do in a place, right? Multidisciplinary teams. And by discipline, we've made it very clear that we're not talking about degrees. We're saying that if you want to do something about children, you've got to be either a teacher, you've got to be a mother, you've got to be someone, a sibling who has dealt with children. You need to have that lived experience, right? Bring that bring that experience into the team. And give us a simple document explaining what you want to do, right? And it has to be low cost. We said 4 themes: safety, ecological change towards a positive direction, heat mitigation, and child friendliness. These are the 4 themes. And it's called local, which is low cost action lab. And so this is the competition. First round of competition, we had 450 people signing up from all over the world, from something like 22 different countries, 25 or 27 cities, multidisciplinary teams. 59 entries came in, and out of which we selected 17, 10 sites. We had 10 proposals selected, and 7 were selected as special mention ones. And what we are going to do now is to publish that as a compendium at some point. And we have told all of the participating teams that we will work with you if you want to work with it to develop the ideas further. Now, at this point, I will tell you the last bit of the story and then end my talk. What happens is this. Any place in any city in India is subject to multiple claims, right? And we are talking actually about places in our cities, which are small bits of land. That's what we're interested in. We're not talking about big pieces of land. We're not talking about places where you have a very clear boundary, ownership is established. No. What we are saying is that most of our cities have devalued, undervalued, actually lands which have negative values. What are these places of negative value? This is where all men think that they have a right to go and pee, right? These are places where garbage is dumped. These are places where people go and drink and break bottles. I don't know why. People think that if they drink, they must break the bottle, right? It's really, really strange. They think that they have to break the bottle. They break the bottles. Now, these kinds of places you will find in every neighborhood. Chota piece of land in some corner that lies vacant, doesn't get used. No encroacher is interested in it. No builder is interested in it. It just lies there. What we said is that this is the kind of land that we want to pick up. And that piece of land, we want to somehow infuse some positive value into it. Clean it up, create some small infrastructure, make it accessible to people, because most of our cities are actually swimming in garbage and sewage. We just can't do anything about it, right? You build as much infrastructure as you want, big infrastructure. It looks like it is going to solve the problem, but it won't, because there are leakages. And with those leakages everywhere, these kinds of vulnerable points, Hyderabad has a nice name for it. We call it garbage vulnerable points, GVPs. The municipal corporation actually mapped 1,200 GVPs across the city and put them into GIS database, right? So these GVPs, which are like, 200 square yards, 40 square yards, odd shaped bits of land, that's what they are. So we said, let's take some of these pieces of land and start cleaning them up and say, we'll put some benches there, we'll put some small sitting areas, we'll put some shade, do something nice with it, and make them accessible to the local kids, to the women, to the elderly, to use them, right? And as we start using them, slowly the value of that piece of land will change. But importantly, all of these people will begin to build stakes into that. They begin to take some kind of ownership. And at some point of time, the builder may come along and say that this is mine, or somebody will come and say that there's a court case going on, we will take it away. Let it happen. But by then there are a group of people who have already benefited from it, and there's a group of people who can stand back and fight back and say that this belongs to the community, you can't take it away. Let the dynamics emerge on its own. We are essentially saying that take something which is a negative value, lift it up by the floor, create stakes in it, unlock the value of the place, let people come and occupy it, and then see what happens, right? It might lead to something completely new. And it has, like, as I told you in the Maradpalli place where suddenly something which was really, really dangerous. Some of the positive things that happened there was one old man came down as it was being built, sat there on the last step and wept. He said, it has been 8 years since I met my friend who lives just down the street, because I can't walk all the way around. I can't come down this, it's too dangerous. There's one young man who came and said that, sir, I've been trying to get married for a long time. Nobody wants to give me a girl. Nobody wants to come and see me because I live in this such a dangerous place. But now with this staircase, I'm very sure that शादी तो हो जाएगी मेरी. हो गई उसकी शादी 3 महीने के बाद में. Now a lot of people in that neighborhood have begun to copy this style of building. It has been actually implemented in 5 other locations. Right? So all kinds of interesting things begin to happen. It's like एक छोटा चीज अच्छी चीज बन गई तो people start mimicking it. And mimicking is something that we are very good at, right? In our cities. So कोई एक अच्छी चीज दिखी तो बना देते हैं. That's the thing that we are trying to push for. And as that begins to build, it might lead to, we're already realizing that in many places near slums, people are saying playing areas for children. People are saying that learning areas for children, very badly needed. We ran a workshop in the old city, 25 girls, fully burqa clad from top to bottom. All I could see was the slits through which their eyes were visible. And I said, do 3 things. Give me a map of your neighborhood. Give me an essay on what you want changed in your neighborhood, and give me 1 paragraph on what you really want in life. Playgrounds with scheduled times for girls, libraries and reading rooms. Every one of them asked for that. And I asked all of them, tell me why a reading room? And one girl gave me an answer that really blew me away. She said, you just asked me, what do I want? How will I know what I want unless I know what is there? And how will I know what is there unless I go to a library? मैं जाऊंगी देखूंगी तभी तो पता चलेगा ना. लोगों से बात करूंगी तब पता चलता है कि क्या हो सकता है. तब मैं कहूंगी मुझे क्या चाहिए. That's why I need a library. Right? How do you create these open learning spaces? How do you create a blackboard on the street wall? These are not big infrastructure projects. These are small projects that can be done fairly easily. I'm not talking about tactical urbanism. I'm not talking about something that is fleeting. I'm talking about creating small intermediate level infrastructures which are resilient because they are small. Right? डूब गया तो डूब गया. Right? It is still something that is available to you. One generation of children will have a clean space to play at. After that, कोई और ले गया उसको तो जाएगा, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Right? It's these resources that we have to create across our cities. Is there a market in it? Is there money in it? I'm sure if you work on it systematically, there is a market in it. I'm sure there are ways of doing it. There are so many things which have to do with governance, so many things which have to do with engineering. There's so many things that have to be done with the technology, materials that have to be worked out. I mean, there's an organization in Hyderabad which works very much like the Salvation Army. And one of the things that they keep constantly asking me is that we collect scrap material, discarded material from 60,000 families in the city at least thrice in a year. Right? That's the amount of material they bring in. What do they bring in? Electronics goods. They bring in garments. They bring in plastic stuff, suitcases, discarded bicycles, old coolers, dressing tables, all kinds of things. They repair them. They break them down. They upcycle them, all that. And they keep asking me, can you please run a course on scrap? Run a course on scrap, bring students, and one simple challenge we want to give them. Everybody makes air coolers with fiber plastic. And the fiber reinforced plastic cannot be recycled. Once it is broken, it is broken, it is lying there. We have a full graveyard full of broken air coolers. Can you please do something about it? We have particle boards, the resin bonded boards, which cannot be burnt in any furnace, which cannot be reused in any way. We don't know what to do with that. It's just piled up, huge mounds of it. Can you figure out some way of doing something with it? People keep talking about doing crafts, stuff with water hyacinth. Bengal makes saris with water hyacinth fiber. But that's something that requires better skills, better markets, all of that. But we have a huge problem in our city. We keep telling everybody that they should be segregating waste. But after segregating wet waste, they put it in a plastic bag and throw it out, right? That's the only way they can do it because they can't afford to buy the biodegradable bag. Can we make biodegradable bags with water hyacinth fiber? Is there a market in it? Is there a product in it? Is there a technology that can be used to do this, right? These are all challenges that are coming from the market. They're coming from the ground level. They're demands that people are making. And they require small, simple, patiently worked out solutions. And that's what designing for uncertain times really means. Whether you're talking about the neighborhood scale or you're talking about the handheld product level. And that's what if we can work out. Broadly, my own understanding in the ever since the lockdown began is that theory will now have to be built from practice. Practice has to lead theory making. And that practice has to be led by a very strong sensibility. And that sensibility will have to come from a particular type of ethical orientation. Right? And that's what we have to work for. So I hope that's where you will all go. And I really, really look forward to seeing what you people do. Thank you so much. If you want to see this website, you can see it later. I'll just quickly walk you through. This is the place that I was talking about. This is the place that we are talking about where we built the staircase. These are all the winning proposals. You can go and see it on the website. These are the sites that so for each site, the complete documentation. Yeah. Thanks. What do you want?
So that we can have a question.
Thank you so much for that, sir. I think this presentation touched upon something different that interests each of us and made us question the frameworks of knowledge itself. And questioning, I think, always hits a chord with the JSA people. Now we'd like to open the floor for questions.
Can I start, Abhishek? Can I ask the first question? Thank you. Sorry. All right. Thank you so much, Anand. That was fantastic. Arpita and I were just talking how your presentation really helped us to at an administrative level think of how we can rethink questions of research and research projects within the university also, right? So thank you so much for that. I think that was really helpful. And you know, it also touches on multiple ways that we've imagined this school when we started off with similar problems, right? This was part of the issue, right? That design never actually addressed the question of uncertainty. You know, very interesting. And JSA, it started because my own work at some level does my doctoral work looks at design not with the capital D, but rather through these kind of small interventional, improvisational, provisional ways in which we can do things, you know, and then let others take course of what can happen, what cannot happen. So, but I want to talk about something that you mentioned right at the beginning of it. You know, yes, the nation state has gone, but no, it hasn't in a very interesting manner. And over the last few years and last decade or so, we've again seen a resurgence of it at a very interesting manner. But that is at the level of discourse, but also, like you mentioned, at the level of the forms of the state itself, right? When you said that 2 lakh rupees, you cannot do this, right? Because there is a form, and this is a kind of a governance model which has come down from that nation state idea, right? Which remains, So the bureaucrat will say, what, 2 lakh rupee check, and the way the structures are done, they all have in mind that kind of a form that is there, right? Um, how do we then, and I'd like to talk from your experiences, how do we then really, as people who want to make these kind of small interventions, and I think as a school we are thinking of, we are constantly trying to think how we can do that, right? Involve our students into stuff like that, but also get the faculty to work on things like that. How does one deal with that structure, right? Which is constantly then geared towards this kind of a large, overarching, still very high modernist kind of ideas at some level, right? That's my question.
Yeah. Exactly the challenge that we keep struggling with all the time. But one of the things that we have begun to think seriously about, and it's a thought that is kind of slowly emerging within much of the thinking um, about sustainable development goals and climate change, is this, that we still seem to be, I mean, this is something that can, it's a bit of a swing. Think about housing, for example, right? Until 1970, what was the deal? The nation state, through its 5-year plan mechanism, comes up with numbers and says that this is the number of households that are there in the country. This is the number of built houses that we have. Here is the gap. And we are going to somehow build the remaining. And it took them 30 years to realize that they will never be able to build it. So in the 70s, they took a very different line, which is funded by a number of international agencies, because it was something that was picked up somewhere in the UK, Taylor's work, which is essentially saying that, look, poor people have a way of building their own homes. Let's just help them, because they will figure out what to do. So you have sites and services programs, you have incremental housing programs, etc., where you say that I'll just give you the neighborhood, I'll give you the infrastructure, I'll give you some services, and I will let you build it yourself. Hyderabad was one of the best examples of that. Between 1982 and 1996, some of the best incremental housing programs were across the country were run in Hyderabad. What happened is this: the families which built houses in that time have done really well. By 96, the Slum-Free Cities program, the imagination began to take root, and the government started doing something like what they did in the 60s, but in the exact opposite direction, which is that we think that the market will deliver the housing and the government will not do it, but let the market do it. The market hasn't been able to deliver it, right? We're still struggling with that. We still think that the market is going to deliver. Look at the PMAY. The in-situ redevelopment model of the PMAY is an utter failure. Nobody wants to touch it. No builder wants to touch it because there's no money to be made in that, right? How is it possible that we are making policy without realizing that, or realizing it, but we're still pushing ahead, that we will do something, or we will force it, or we'll imagine that the builders will do it and they're not doing it. So somewhere in this swing between the state and the market, the people, the community, the organization that actually delivers a lot of solutions to itself has been completely forgotten. Anytime you have invested in that community, they've been able to figure out some things to do. Obviously, it is not going to solve everything. There are going to be huge problems because they will have to ultimately work within the structure, right? But I'm saying that in the absence of the state figuring out the fact that you have to train women to rescue people, that you have to have a way of dealing with a local flood. If the community is able to do it, we have to strengthen that community. We have to enable that community. And I think that's where we will have to work out methods for doing that. And those models can then possibly be pushed in. But even if they don't go into the state, you still have networks of these communities which are going to survive. And I think somewhere there is one area that we have to explore, which is what we're doing, for example, in heat. One of the things we realized in our previous work, the last couple of years on heat, is that heat action plans have been made. Heat action plans vary from state to state. In Kerala, it is 40 degrees. In Telangana, it is 45 degrees, etc. We make heat action plans for working, for making resources available to the various government agencies. But houses are still the same, right? You have huge amounts of built environment, which actually is in need of investments, and it will not get that investment because that data is not there, the understanding is not there. We have a cool roof policy, which is talking about painting the roof white, but of pakka houses. Whereas actually painting the roof of a pakka house white is not going to make a huge difference. You insulate the roof of a kacha house, it's going to make a huge difference to that house. The investment has to be made in the right place. It's not being made. And I think that if we can figure out how to do this, even the markets will actually end up responding to this better. Like I have met so many bank officials who say that, look, we know that we can recover the money, but our rules will not allow it because there is no collateral. All that we are asking for is the government should stand guarantee, and we are willing to give the loan, but they are not willing to stand guarantee, and we are not able to put the money in there. And so you have huge amounts of built environment, which is getting constructed without any regulation, without any sense. And it's a huge problem. Think about all the unauthorized colonies in Delhi. Colony has been regularized, building is not. How do you finance it? Yeah. Microcredit has not helped at that scale. It works at the household level, immediate things. And in fact, that's how people have been working. I mean, okay, any unauthorized colony in Delhi, they have been financing the construction through informal markets only, right? Banks nahi aa raha hai paisa.
Not at all. And what about GVPs that you were mentioning? What kind of support are you getting from the government?
So we have recently had a conversation with the municipal commissioner, and the municipal commissioner said that if you can get the kids in the area, sign a representation to us saying that this garbage is a problem for us, we will do something. I have money because we collect library cess. Nobody has been asking for us for that. We will give you the library. We will give you all the facilities. We will give you some temporary structure. We will give that. You just get the local community to represent to us, and I will make sure this will happen. Because I basically said that let's call this a garbage-free childhood campaign, and it should actually be helpful for the city to build an image in that, brand the city as a child-friendly city. So they have a stake in it.
Just one more point. What about the scalability of these small interventions?
So this is the trick, right? One of the things that we all want to do is to scale too quickly, right? For example, I have realized after working on 3 sites, we're basically working very closely with the communities, that they're all saying blackboard on the wall is very important. A swing in the ground is very important because the kids who have in many places, children are surprised that there will be no fee, that they don't have to buy a ticket to enter the place. Because people lost all access to open spaces across the city. In our municipal ward, we used to run a football club. We took a municipal ground, removed all the rubble from that, and the kids started playing. And the kids actually started doing very well because, in an uneven ground, if you train a football team, their ball control is just fantastic, right? So then you send them to six-a-side team turfs on terraces of buildings. These guys were winning every single match. In fact, people were pleading with us, "Okay, please don't send your teams because we charge 3,000 rupees per kid, and you guys just come in and walk away with all the prizes. It's just not fair, right?" But we reached a point where we hit the ceiling. The ceiling is this. Hyderabad, a city with all of its football culture, all of the excitement, doesn't have infrastructure. And the only thing that can happen is that you can produce star footballers, right? How do you then support this large group of young people without infrastructure, with only the possibility of a star footballer? Because the six-a-side turf is costly. Getting a football playground in the city is difficult. Somewhere we'll have to figure out a way of taking back those pieces of land. Girls kept coming back to us and saying that, आप मर्द बच्चों के लिए कर रहे हो, हमारे लिए कुछ क्यों नहीं करते हो? We want a playground. Our nannies will not allow us to go to the terrace or to the basement because वहाँ पे और बच्चे होते हैं. We want a playground, and we can't find playgrounds for them. So there is a need. There's a lot of work to be done, and it can be done. If there's a demand is there, slowly it will build up. So open air learning spaces, mentorship, libraries. I mean, a young country, if you have 12,000 students on this campus, imagine how many kids are there on the street, right? They all have needs. They are all asking for things.
Thank you for that. For all the people watching on YouTube, you can also ask your questions by typing it in the chat box. We have 2 questions there.
Hello. Thank you for the lecture. It was very informative, and I learned a lot. My question is to do. To do in the scale of me as a student approaching matters of concerns around the built environment. And I'm very interested in what you mentioned, at least when you were talking about the floods of Hyderabad and the disaster risk reduction document that you were showing. This idea of building scenarios. So prior to this, you also brought in this idea of tacit knowledge and like situating, burrowing into the sort of local knowledge systems. So my question is, as a student who's also engaging with, let's say, any sort of matters of concerns around the built environment, how do you come up with these scenarios? How do you bring to bear your the kind of maybe a secondary data research that you do, this kind of situating the sort of tacit knowledge and also other forms of research. I mean, from your lecture, I could gather you had a very strong emphasis on method. So within the scale of us students who are approaching these issues of the built environment, how would you go about it? Or within your work, how have you gone about making these categories?
So there are 2-3 things that we have been working on, and one of the things we want to do in the near future. I'll just talk about both. One is that the thing about our education system and our research protocols is that it silences a lot of possibilities. Because the categories through which we are trained to capture knowledge, the words that we use, the definitions that we use actually don't allow you to capture things. And so it's really important to be attentive to language and build concepts out of the local languages in which people are speaking. In anthropology, you call that the emic categories, right? The categories through which people think about their own lived realities. You have to figure out how to work with those categories. For example, in Hyderabad, I discovered a document which is called the no entry document. A no entry document is a document that is signed when somebody sells a house for which he himself actually has no legal title documents at all. And took me a while to figure out what it was. It's basically a notarized document. They call it the no entry document because they, in their minds, they're imagining that once you sign that document, nobody else can enter the place. So no entry document bana le rahe hain, right? The no entry document is that you say that I'm giving you the general power of attorney to do whatever I am doing in this place. You can do this henceforth. That's all I'm doing, right? Now that as an instrument of transferring your property to somebody else is something that you will have to learn. You will learn it only if you're there on site, right? To talk to people, they will tell you what it is, right? If you don't pay that attention, then you actually don't know how things actually get built in the area. And we don't ask these questions because we think that there is something illegitimate about them or somehow they are not valuable and we don't pay attention to the details. So that is first thing. That, like for example, in Hyderabad, there's this other system called the Rehan. Rehan is basically mortgaging through a very peculiar system. Basically, what you do is that you pay 2 lakh rupees to somebody and you take the house. When that person can return 2 lakhs to you, you give the house back to them. That's all. You don't pay any rent. Right? It's a very common system of renting places and living in them for as long as they need the money and as long as you need the place, you can continue to live. Right? Is it a rental agreement? Is it a mortgage? What exactly is it? It doesn't fit into any of your systems. In the unauthorized colonies, one of my friends who was working in Delhi, there is a credit worthiness evaluation that is done by an agent. Now, there are a number of tests that you're subjected to, all kinds of questions. At the end of it, the evaluation ranking should tell you that this man is eligible for money. But he says ki nahi. So I ask him why. Inki niyat theek nahi hai. Now, how do you know niyat theek nahi hai kisi ka, right? There's something that this guy is sensing. What he's saying is that he has the capacity to repay, but he's unlikely to repay because I'm sensing that his intentions are not good, right? So how do you balance this question of niyat and capability to repay? These are all things that have to be dealt with and thought through in every single context. So that's the number one thing. The second thing is, how do you actually teach these things to people? We are actually been experimenting in Hyderabad Urban Lab on how to teach, right? So we don't have a structured educational program. We've been taking on interns. We have been working with young people. We run short courses, 3-day immersive courses, 1-week field orientation courses, those kinds of things. But we are seriously thinking now in the coming weeks to launch a regular educational program. And what we have to work out is relationships with various institutions to run this, rather than do it as a retail basis in which we can work with students, but actually offer this as a course module or sets of modules to different universities. Because it's not possible for all institutions to set up their own programs of this kind of thing. And it's not necessary also. So we're trying to think about how to set this up. So if that model works out, then it is actually something where we can do this as an extension of a learning center from the university into the field, which is a role that we have played for a very long time, but formalize it actually as a viable model of teaching. So that's a answer.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the response. Another question.
Thank you so much. I think we'll have to wrap it up now. I'd like to invite the Dean of GSA to now felicitate Dr. Maranganti.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maranganti, for your insightful lecture. Thank you so much, Dr. Chatterjee and Aishi for moderating the session. I will now be taking a short 10-minute break and resume at 12 p.m. with the first session of the conference. See you all soon. Conference of the Built Environment, ICB 2024. Thank you all for joining us back, and we hope that all of you are excited about some incredible presentations and engaging conversations. Today, we have 3 sessions of the conference on various themes around the built environment. In each session, 4 students will be presenting their research papers, and it will be moderated by a student from the JSA along with a faculty discussant. Each session will be followed by a question answer session with the audience present here, as well as those of you who have joined us online. I'm sure all of us are excited to start with the first session titled as Power, Identity and the Built Environment. The session will be moderated by Kuhu Bora, a third year student, JSA, along with faculty discussant, Professor Sarovar Zaidi. I now request Kuhu to begin with our first session of the day. Over to you, Kuhu.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kuhu Bora, and I'll be the moderator for this session on power, identity, and the built environment. Our faculty discussant for this session will be Ms. Sarovar Zaidi. All the speakers will be given 15 minutes to present, and there will be given a reminder at the last 5 and 2 minutes for the same. All questions will be taken at the end of all the presentations. Our first speaker is Tani Krishna from Jindal School of Art and Architecture. The floor is all yours, Tani.
Good afternoon. Today, I'm going to be talking about the relationship between gender, home, and the kitchen. Through this paper, I argue that language, media, design, planning, and lived experiences all play a role in the gendered structuring of the spaces we occupy. For decades, scholars have explored the connection between society and space. Anthropologists argue that space is shaped by social, cultural, and material factors. Researchers like Doreen Massey, Gillian Rose, and Linda McDowell emphasize this point, highlighting how space is produced by and productive of gender relations. When we look at our homes through this lens of gender and space, traditionally, specific areas within dwellings have been segregated on the basis of gender. This is particularly evident in the designing of kitchen spaces. I argue that kitchens act as both a source of empowerment and confinement for women due to their strongly gendered structure. The kitchen, often dubbed the heart of the home, symbolizes women's autonomy. It acts as a space that allows them to express themselves through cooking and creates a sense of comfort. While at the same time, kitchen boundary also acts like a Lakshman Rekha, inside of which they're expected to remain confined. To further analyze this paradoxical relationship between women and kitchen in the domestic landscape, I will be drawing on Henry Lefebvre's processes of social production of space. Firstly, we have representations of space, in which space is seen as a codified language. I will explore how language and media shape our understanding of space. Secondly, I have spatial practice, that is, the material of the functional space. In this, I will analyze different physical layouts and arrangements of the kitchen and how they're influencing the space. Lastly, we have representational space, in which I will focus on the lived everyday experiences within a space and how they may differ from its functional definition. For representations of space, it is important to analyze how spaces are being described and represented through words, images, and corresponding perceptions that are created because of it. In the context of kitchens, for generations, they have been predominantly viewed as spaces that belong to women of the household. Kitchen has always been a site of gender labor and where a lot of stereotypes regarding the doting mother/cook are located. There's a certain romanticization of the perfect ideal woman which is linked to the cooking spaces that has been carefully constructed over the years. Such ideas are further perpetuated through advertisements, movies, and several other forms of mass media. Certain phrases like "maa ki haath ka khana," food cooked by the mother, automatically correlate us with cooking and mothers. Tu chakra belan chala implies the act of making chapatis are used as insults for boys, implying that cooking is a woman's job and is somehow a task which is less than. Such phrases are so commonplace that they subconsciously shape our perceptions of kitchen and domestic chores. There are also movies such as Lunchbox, English, Julie Julia, and several others that depict female protagonists navigating this complex relationship with cooking spaces and their role as homemakers. In each of these movies, the ability of the women to cook gives them independence while at the same time restricting them to the kitchen. Advertisements like Advertisements like MTR's 600 Housewives campaign unwittingly portray the women as the primary kitchen users while selling efficiency. Bim's ad campaign attempts to combine cooking with self-defense lessons, acknowledging the expectation of women to handle kitchen duties. Next, we have spatial practices. This refers to the physical layout and how it influences human behavior. Kitchens have evolved over time and different layouts have emerged. One of the most commonly known layouts is the Frankfurt kitchen, a laboratory-style space that was designed keeping in mind maximum possible efficiency. The aim was to streamline the chores by reducing the time taken to do them. These laboratory kitchens were also characterized by furniture that was attached to the walls and was designed thinking of a lone woman toiling away for the family. To achieve this supposed efficiency, the sink, refrigerator, and wash basin were placed in a triangular formation termed as a working triangle. With the Frankfurt kitchen, the idea was to make the space functional and well planned so that women could quickly finish their work in the kitchen, allowing them to indulge in other pursuits in leisure time. Such one person workstation style kitchens only served to further isolate the women from the rest of the house and limited their social interactions. There was no drastic difference in time spent on housework or increase in leisure time as expected because of the proposed designs. The housework did not become more pleasant, and participation in the workforce only meant that they were supposed to do the work on top of their outside work. This kitchen, often delegated to the back, were marginalized in the general scheme of the home. However, at the same time, women were able to exercise complete control within the confines of the kitchen walls. Another layout is when kitchens are connected to the living room and would sometimes have smaller dining table. This design was based on delegating some chores such as laying the table. One of the key issues of this type of design was that women had to work often with their back to the rest of the people and facing the wall. Thus, the design also only had a limited contribution to integrating women with the rest of the house. Eventually, there was an introduction of open concept kitchens within island countertop in the middle of the room, which is meant to serve as the new focal point of the space. It was imagined that it would further encourage interpersonal communication and also include guests in the process of meal preparation. These open concept kitchens now brought the choice of the kitchen into the home living room, which was earlier a place of relaxation and a place of constant work. The performative aspect of housework turned into a 24/7 job. While it did promote sharing of domestic burden, the greater portion continued to be carried by women. This layout also ended up setting the kitchen on the stage, while the people in the living room were set up as the audience, bringing every action under constant scrutiny. This led to an increased pressure on the women to perform the role they were given in order to project the perfect image. Ultimately, for all their good intentions, open concept kitchens only ended up raising the walls of domestic imprisonment. Most of these designs for kitchen layouts were born out of aspirational attempts to create more egalitarian societies. However, we still remain far from creating an ideal layout. Last, we have the representational space. Most dictionary definitions of a kitchen consist of a place made exclusively for preparation and cooking of meals and the corresponding cleaning activities. What is often overlooked in such a clinical description of the space are the lived experiences of the people occupying it. This practices serve as a reminder that our social interactions profoundly influence the way we shape our physical space. When we consider dimensions and relations, we establish a connection between the tangible physical world and the intangible social constructs that define our reality. The kitchen is a space wherein several relationships play out between siblings, parents, children, helpers, and employers. And contrary to the dictionary meaning, several non-food activities also take place. This is where pets sleep, refrigerators act as holders of memorabilia. It acts as a theater of action where the gender roles played out, influencing the behavior of the people. Several subsidiary explains how migrant women renegotiated kitchen spaces to create the feeling of being at home. This is also brought about by employing our own understanding of color and decoration to make the spaces. In conclusion, I argue that space is neither a thing or simply a container, but rather it is socially produced and a means of production. By applying this argument to kitchen spaces in the domestic sphere, I argue that they embody a paradoxical duality, entrapping women while at the same time liberating. Through this paper, I have attempted to explore the relationship between gender, homes, and kitchens in order to understand the interplay of spatial practices, representation of space, and representation of space within domestic settings. I've attempted to study how language, media, and cultural tropes perpetuate stereotypical notions of women's roles in the kitchen, reinforcing long-standing gender norms. The kitchen goes beyond its functional use, becoming a dynamic stage where gender roles and relationships are performed and negotiated. As the domestic landscape continues to evolve, men's participation in the cooking and domestic responsibilities has seen an increase, making the kitchen a site of shifting power dynamics. This transformation necessitates ongoing negotiations and adaptations to the lived experience of kitchen spaces to truly achieve for equality in domestic space. Thank you, Tani, for such an intriguing presentation. Our next speaker for the session is Harini from University of Hyderabad. She'll be joining us online.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes, you're audible.
Um, yeah, so
You may start your presentation. You have 15 minutes to present.
okay, thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I,
One second. Could you
okay.
please tell us whenever you want the slide to be changed?
Uh, I'll inform you when I want the slide to be changed.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Harini, and I'm a student of University of Hyderabad, and I'll be presenting on the title Beyond Heteronormativity: Rethinking Family Structures Through the Lives of Lucknow Courtesans. So, firstly, I'll introduce my presentation. So, this paper delves into the multifaceted. Can you please go to the next slide? Sorry. Can you switch on? Yeah. So, the paper delves into the multifaceted representation of courtesans in India, particularly focusing on the quotas, a term used to refer to the residence of courtesans. The quota, which is demonized in the contemporary, challenges the dominant heteronormative paradigm of families. Examining the trajectory from the colonial period to independent India, the study explores the transformation of the courtesan's image through literary works and films. The paper traces the shift in societal perception of courtesans, beginning with the intrusion of colonial values and national sentiments, which ultimately led to the erosion of their cultural significance. Next slide, please. So, firstly, we'll be looking at how we conceptualize families. So, when we think of the question of what a family is, it changes with respect to demography, religion, and multiple other factors. But looking at it from the context of India, the idea of a family, either when we think of a family, it's either a joint family or a nuclear family structure. However, both of these family structures operate with a patriarchal head, constituting legitimized heterosexual unions. The family practices sexual romantic monogamy and also links family authenticity to the presence of children. The families also tend to adhere to patriarchal sexual division of labor. This picture of a family is normalized and romanticized to be the perfect family through popular culture. The normativity of this is questioned through the existence of other forms of families and households. One such structure is the quota of the courtesans. Next slide, please. So, firstly, we'll be looking at this work called Umrao Jan Eda by Mirza Hadi Ruswa. The figure of Umrao Jan is quite famous, and a lot of you might have heard of her. So this book is set in 19th century Lucknow. So 19th century Lucknow was a city known for its culture of courtesans. Courtesans were revered for their command over art and dance forms, Persian and Urdu literature and poetry. It is recorded that they played seminal roles in the politics of the state and were revered as teachers of etiquette. The book, authored by Mirza Hadi Ruswa, beautifully captures this artistic culture by weaving poetic compositions in the narration of the tale. The quota in this tale presents itself as a space which allows for a greater sense of bodily and financial autonomy for the women. The women had to their names a considerable amount of property and were among the highest taxpayers of the state. The women in the quota had familial bonds with each other as sisters, daughters, nieces. And in the novel, the head, the wife Kanam and Bua Hussaini, they both act as motherly figures in the life of Umrao Jan. So, though these quotas are owned and controlled by Tawais, they contract relationships with men and derive benefits out of it. They had someone to help them with their clients, take care of them when they were sick, and remain their companion for life. It is interesting to note that they employ these men to execute elaborate ploys to extract more money out of their patrons. This relationship, however, is never officially referred to as a marriage, nor does it operate in a traditional marital sense. The women in general had more bargaining power in their relationships and defined the terms of the relationship due to their financial independence, education, and the cultural influence, which was accorded to them because of their profession and the space which they created for themselves. Their motherhood also does not face any stigma and is rather treated as a normal part of life. Even the head wife, Kanam, has a daughter. So, monogamy is also widely challenged through their existence. Through several instances, it is seen that there are married men who live in the quota and their families are taken care of by the tawais. It challenges the prevalent notion of the male breadwinner. It it distinctly portrays the courtesans from a place of power, not just in the affairs of the quota, but also in the lives of men and in the general society around them. The courtesans used a distinctly subvertive language. They Within their quarters they often engage in singing erotic songs and songs which outrightly mock men and in society, in particular husbands. With subtle mockery and sarcasm, they subvert the patriarchal norms by seemingly indulging in them. Next slide, please. So, as the book traverses, there is a shift in the perception regarding courtesans and their profession. This shift aligns with the events of the revolt of 1857, which marked the direct influence of colonial administration in the affairs of the state of Awadh. With the entry of Victorian standards of purity and morality, the profession of the courtesans was degraded and dehumanized, and they were reduced to people who merely provided sexual labor. The attitude of the colonial administration regarding these women was set apart from the perception of natives. While the colonial administrators viewed them as women who were merely performed bodily functions, for the natives they had more cultural significance. With the patronage of the native nobility drying up, many of these women were pushed towards taking up purely sexual work. So their attitude eventually became the actual case. The colonial administration passed policies which replaced their freedom with state sponsored legal authority, making their lives more vulnerable. The Contagious Diseases Act of 1864 granted policemen the authority to identify a woman as deceased and subject her to forced internal examination. Women were abused, insulted, and beaten by policemen who suspected them of having venereal disease. The women who were admitted to these hospitals were referred to as quote unquote wretched objects. There were hospitals which catered specifically for prostitutes, and they were called lock hospitals. Other respectable women did not go to these hospitals for treatment. Once the women were detained in these hospitals, they had no way of leaving according to their will. It was justified as it affected the British soldiers, and the blame was assigned to these immoral women. So the perception of prostitutes as disease-spreading women spread from cantonments to the general society. Next slide, please. So the emerging Indian intellectual was to take up the next question as it became a crucial tool in the colonial ideology of subjugating the natives. They sought to answer the women's questions in accordance with their own goals. The crusade against prostitutes and their display of sexuality, which their British counterparts considered vulgar and uncivilized, formed an important part of their mission. Education was considered a necessary part of reform, and it was necessary for women to perform better as wives and mothers. they formulated an education structure which would inculcate this idea. This structure, the newly formed structure, disregarded the education which was held by the courtesans and viewed them purely as sexual entertainers. The language which they used, Urdu, was labeled as a language of eroticism and was disregarded, while Hindi was viewed as the language of moral women. The Tawaif then became the subject of moral regulation by both colonial authority and the nationalists. Prostitution was seen as antithetical to the formulation of a new moral order. The notion that these women were the reason for the moral deprivation of men was widely upheld. Their cultural roles were, as previously mentioned, were merely reduced to bodily functions, and their residences were reduced to impoverished ghettos. The title of Tawaif also came to be associated with a disgraced connotation. Along with this, there was a creation of the image of an ideal woman. Bankim Chandra's Anandamat and Vande Mataram invokes the idea of ideal womanhood, and it connects the national struggle to idealized motherhood. By evoking the image of a mother goddess, they sought to erase women's sexuality outside their homes. Gandhi called for women's participation by extolling women leaders who were, quote, pure, firm, and self controlled like the ancient heroines Sita, Damayanti, and Draupadi. And there was an instance when courtesans organized themselves to participate in this non cooperation movement. However, their participation was denied as it would be considered morally objectionable. In addition to this, women from the Bedia community who raised money for Congress activities and the progressive writers movement. The picture in the slide is that of Azizun Nisa. She was a courtesan who participated as a spy in the revolt of 1857. However, none of these women form the ambit of patriotic women whom we discuss today. By creating an ideal national identity for women, there was an active invisibilization and marginalization of women who fell out of this respectable discourse. Next slide. However, the charm which and allure which these courtesans had continued throughout and even today. So, firstly, we'll be looking at the film Pakiza. So, it's one such film which seeks to reconcile the prostitute into respectable discourse. This film is set in 20th century Lucknow and chronicles two generations of courtesans, both of whom try to leave the world of the Tawaif. However, the relationships within the women of the quota and the space of the quota is rarely focused on in light of the overarching love story of that of Sahib Jan, the protagonist, and Salim. Just like Sahib Jan's mother, who tries to leave the profession. Sorry to interrupt you, but you have 5 minutes left. Remember. Okay, I'll wrap it up fast. So, Sahib Jan, in this movie, the love which is formed between Sahib Jan and Salim marks the coming of salvation for the women. Love marks the move towards the romanticized notion of monogamy, leaving behind the identity of a tawaif. The alteration of the term tawaif itself is seen in the scene where the term is used as a derogatory way to catcall Sahib Jan. Renaming Sahib Jan as Pakiza, meaning pure of heart, Salim forges a new reformed identity for her. Sahib Jan, towards the end of the movie, feels the shame of her identity, and she moans, calling every courtesan a victim. And in a dramatic subversion in the end of the movie, the quota itself becomes a tomb for the Tawaif. Following a series of events, the film ends with Sahib Jan moving away from the quota to her marital home. It valorizes the move away from the tainted profession of the Tawaif and the sinful place of the quota towards that of a monogamous household. The next slide. The film Umrao Jan is an adaptation of the book by Mirza Hadi. This movie reduces the story of Umrao to an unfortunate prostitute, and it fails to capture the other facets and focuses mainly on her relationship with Nawab Sultan. The characterization of these protagonists is set apart from the other third. There is an active she is not like the other women trope which is being followed. They are distinct and tormented by their profession, and hence they serve as examples to be romanticized about. It reinforces the perception of courtesans as victims and constantly stresses the disgrace attached to their profession. It calls for marriage and reform through marriage. It's not just a call for courtesans to free themselves from this lifestyle, but also a call for men to marry these women and help them seek reform. Next slide. The film Mandi, however, offers a different perspective of the prostitutes. Unlike the other films which don't focus on the quota as a space, in this movie, the quota provides a space for women to have like free expression. So the quota serves as a space which allows them for free speech and like unrestrained sexual expression. Despite the societal disdain that they face, they defiantly assert their status as artists. There is a complex interplay of various forces, which was mentioned before. The reform movement, which is spearheaded by a figure called Shanti Devi, who runs a home for women, views them with utter contempt and seeks their removal from the city. The quote mentioned in the slide, "Remove prostitutes, save the country," is a protest movement which is started by Shanti Devi in the movie. The notion that prostitutes' presence tarnishes the nation's moral fabric is echoed through the municipal council and the reformers. The okay, I'm almost done. I'll finish it off. So the city's respectability itself becomes intertwined with the suppression of these women, and it justifies their displacement to the remote areas. They're stripped of their home and made to move elsewhere. The women, however, question the privilege of reformers who act from positions of immense advantage. Even while they're in a disadvantageous positions where they're left without homes and like their autonomy is like greatly being impeded upon, they employ emotional and sensual tactics to record their resistance and negotiate their needs. Through their insistence of their identity as artists and by resisting the changes around them, they continuously fight for a dignified place in society. However, as the internal tensions escalate, this place of quota, which served as a home and a place which gave them autonomy, crumbles down. Through this last slide. So through this trajectory, the quota, which was previously a norm, was viewed as normal and held like regard in the society, came to be viewed as a place of degradation, which promotes sinful activities. By stripping their political and cultural roles, the women also lost their dignified position in the society, and they were viewed as purely performing sexual work. The lifestyle of these women by itself subverted the many notions of patriarchy and the idealized notion of heteronormative family that we have now. The description of proceedings inside the house reveal a world occupied by women which transcend gender roles and the dominant notion of morality. Colonial intervention, along with nationalist construction, has led to the solidification of a heteronormative household. This definition, while looking through examples in history, we like uh, examples like this help us, look at other sort of practice and other sort of structures which question our definition, and it also calls for an expansion towards the understanding of what
Kindly wrap up your presentation.
yeah. Yeah, so it calls for an expansion of our understanding of what constitutes a family. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Harini, for such an informative presentation. I would now like to call our next speaker for the session, Vanshika Jain from Jindal School of Art and Architecture. Okay. Hello, I'm Vanshika Jain. I'm a second year student here at Jindal School of Art and Architecture. I've been dabbling in caste and feminist theories, which is why my presentation today is titled uh, Untangling Threads, Exploring the Complex Interplay of Caste and Feminism for Dalit Women in India. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, India is the land of extremes. The social fabric of India contains a complex and dynamic confluence where caste and feminism are intertwined. Despite the fact that both the ideas focus on important issues of privileges, social justice, and identity, their coming together exposes a complex narrative. Deeply rooted in historical stratification of Indian society, caste has shaped structural inequities, opportunities, and power dynamics. Feminism advocates for the rights and agencies of women and works to overthrow patriarchal systems that have supported inequality, the difficulties encountered when addressing issues of social justice, equality, and empowerment in a culture where caste continues to have a significant impact on people's daily lives. These intersecting forces affect views, laws, and practices relating to gender equality in modern India. This investigation explores the complex relationship between caste and feminism. The ideologies, sorry, a system so ingrained in society. In the words of B.R. Ambedkar, virtue becomes caste ridden and mortality becomes caste bound. Dalit communities suffered legally endorsed practices of exploitation and brutalities until 1947, after which untouchability was made punishable by law and the caste system was abolished. Even after 73 years, Dalits are still placed at the bottom of the caste system, and because of that, they have to go through all of the physical, mental, and emotional abuse. These ideologies, these stereotypes have been set from the start. It has been passed down generations. There's not much awareness amongst the community, so the practices are still continued till this date. They are fighting within the community against patriarchy, and they're fighting for against social discrimination amongst other communities. This is a single narrative that has been formed, and this is the only explanation. Yeah, and it's the only explanation given for the unjust that's being done to them. Despite the rural nature of the economy, they have precarious employment and low wages. Dalit women are typically the targets of structural violence. They frequently do not have access to land. As a result, they have become mad in a cycle of poverty and lack tools, knowledge, and skills necessary to live independently. The social structures places Dalit women at the bottom of the caste, class, and gender hierarchies. Whether it is within or beyond their group, they're the main target of patriarchy. In addition to all of the financial difficulties, Dalit women frequently deal with psychological and physical abuse. One of the hardest types of injustice Dalit women have endured over centuries of caste discrimination is gender-based violence. To maintain Dalit women's perception of their lowly standing in society, sexual and physical abuse has been employed as a social strategy. Throughout decades of caste discrimination, gender-based violence against Dalit women has been among the worst forms of maltreatment. They have been turned to physical or sexual violence as a coping mechanism to uphold their perception of social inferiority. For many years, they have been victims of rape, sexual assault, and other horrifying crimes and atrocities that have been gone unpunished. Due to their great poverty, inability to pay for an education, and propensity to regularly marry as minors, Dalit women are among the most illiterate in the country, which is a hindrance to potential of employment, and which also leads to their to them being like at the lowest of in the social status. The Devdasi system. Devdasi translates to female slave of God. They were once considered very important members of the religious and cultural spheres, bringing their expertise in classical dance and music to temple rituals and celebrations. Their responsibilities included taking care of participating in holy rites and dancing for kings and queens in honors of the goddess Yalamma. When Islamic monarchs overran North India, they started demolishing Hindu temples, driving out the Devdasis and robbing them of their patronage and social standing. They were compelled to find alternative employment, which would have included playing at weddings and other gatherings. This was when their exploitation started. The society quickly came to associate dancing with prostitution, and Devdasis were coerced into serving as mistresses to priests, monarchs, and finally wealthy landowners. Many people think that the British were also a part of the marginalization of this group since they removed the sponsors and rulers who supported the practice. Now Devdasis were compelled to live underground. This was a startling shift in the once respected role of Devdasis in the religious context was now like societal norms have changed and the financial support for temples was decreased. Even though the practice is outlawed worldwide today, thousands of girls, some as young as 5 or 6, are successfully lured into the sex trade each year. In India, the number of women employed as sex workers ranges from hundreds to millions. Dalit communities still adhere to the age-old custom, believing that they would receive blessings in return for committing their daughters to it. The driving forces, religion and tradition, remain the same as they were originally, but similarities end there. Some people devote their daughters in the belief that doing so honors Yalama and that a girl will be blessed more the younger she is when she's dedicated to it. Due to a history of underreporting and its covert nature, the Devdasi practice is still carried out in some regions, even though it was outlawed in 1924, which was nearly a century ago. To address the issue, numerous laws and restrictions have been passed, primarily aimed at the areas of the country where the practice is still highly common. Devdasis differ from sex trafficking victims in a number of ways. First of all, they're typically much younger. Many girls give their lives to Yalama between the ages of 5 and 10. Second, girls are blatantly and foolishly coerced into sex industry to be exploited, often by their own families. Third, a significant portion of those involved in the activity are unaware that it is against the law. There is still a whole community of women imprisoned in a repressive and archaic system of exploitation in the world that is moving forward quickly and promising the dawn of new age. In India, who are members of the Dalit group run the danger of falling prey to modern slavery disguised as gender and caste. They are pushed, misled, and blackmailed into giving up their freedom. Human trafficking, forced work, and death servitude are only a few examples of this. This is the fight for basic right and freedom. Being limited to doing only some jobs like prostitutions and things like that, based just because of your caste and gender. This is a fight against modern slavery. It is about ensuring people having the most basic human rights, freedom. Many teenage girls think that committing oneself to a life of slavery is their only chance to succeed in the strict system. The health disparities. India has a very unequal society. Those meant to do are primarily able to afford decent healthcare. In comparison to members of dominant castes, the impoverished and marginalized, including Dalits, have a significantly higher likelihood of experiencing poor health, and they're especially susceptible to illnesses and pandemics like COVID-19. Due to their social and economic marginalization, Dalit women who are either prostitutes or at risk of becoming so face serious health inequalities. Their problems are made worse by restricted access to the healthcare services as a result of stigma and discrimination. Due to the nature of their jobs, they are more vulnerable to STDs, for which prompt diagnosis and treatment are frequently unattainable. Neglecting reproductive health issues such as family planning and safe childbirth increases the risk to one's general health. These women are exposed to trauma through violence both from the clients and within their community, which ends up having a huge impact on their physical and mental health. They are frequently uh, insufficient comprehensive support systems, which includes access to economic and educational opportunities, counseling, and rehabilitation. They are further discouraged from seeking necessary medical care when stigmatization occurs in healthcare settings. Yeah. Okay, yeah, sure. Um, India's Dalit women have shown incredible tenacity and activism in the face of societal exclusion and institutionalized prejudice. Despite persisting historical injustices and navigating the complex issues of gender and caste, a large number of Dalit women have become influential uh, social change agents. Their ability to work within oppressive structures and still pursue individual and the group empowerment is a testament to their resilience. The Dalit women's community engages in activism in a variety of ways, from leadership positions in advocacy groups to grassroots movements. These women are leading the charge in promoting equal rights, demanding justice, and opposing repressive norms. Their activism goes beyond issues of gender to include more general social issues like economic inequality and discrimination based on caste. Dalit women are not only challenging the status quo but also paving the way for a way more inclusive and equitable future for themselves and future generations by raising their voice and advocating for systemic change. Caste, which has a strong hold on India's historical power structures, continues to influence power relations and structural injustices, making it difficult to achieve social justice and equality. Contrarily, feminism works to overthrow patriarchal structures that support disparities in gender. The interaction of these forces highlights the complex interrelationship between caste and feminism, influencing attitudes, policies, and actions concerning gender equality in contemporary India. The experiences of Dalit women epitomize the ongoing struggles at the intersection of caste and feminism in India. Their activism not only questions prevailing norms but also offers hope for a more inclusive and equitable future. By amplifying their voices and advocating for systemic change, Dalit women exemplify the enduring fight for freedom, human rights, and social justice in India. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanchika, for such an interesting presentation. Our last speaker for this session is Arundhati Haku from Indian Institute of Human Settlements. She'll also be joining us online. Hi everybody, am I audible? Yes, you're audible. You'll be told at the last 5 minutes. You'll be having 15 minutes for your presentation, and kindly let us know when you want us to change the slide. Actually, I'm so much to present using my own screen, and all right. Post for this meeting. So if that's possible, that would be easier for me to present. Yeah, that works. Okay, perfect. Uh, is my screen visible? Yes. All right. So, hi, good afternoon, everybody. It's my greatest pleasure to be sharing with all of you a few insights that I collected from my field-based learnings and observations in the urban realm, made over the course of a 4-month-long research project done in a group, but these insights are my own, at IIHS. So my research is called Disproportionate Planning and Development Practices and the Spatial Reproduction of Social Identity. So, essentially, my research aims to decode the relationship, the interrelationalities between the practical manifestations of the disciplines of urban planning and infrastructure. To provide you a brief outline of my study was discussed planning as a practice that interacts with urban infrastructures to create land parcels that are disproportionately accessible to different social groups. Then I discussed how this disproportionate accessibility to land leads to a spatial production of social identities by spatially also defining who is able to live where. Then I want to discuss how this in turn reproduces social identities in urban spaces by creating distinct typologies of living. And finally, I argue that this spatial production and reproduction of social identities emerging out of gaps in planning practices, inevitably and in an informal and non-statutory manner, leads to the replanning and reorganization of statutorily planned land. So, as India is progressing into a predominantly urbanized global future, where 68% of the total population is expected to live in urban areas globally, India also expects an addition of about 416 million people to its urban population. With land being a very fixed resource, tensions and contestations as to how this fixed land gets urbanized and utilized become inevitable. In some scenarios, strategic urban planning practices play a very vital role in defining how land in urbanizing cities gets used ideally and efficiently. Among many other things, it defines zones and land uses in a city. And it defines the spatial extent of major infrastructures like water and waste management systems, roadways, etc. By assigning residential uses to land parcels, planning can also define places where people can live both legally and legitimately. So in this context, and drawing from Payne et al., while legality refers to a compliance with overarching legal frameworks, legitimacy implies both compliance with legal frameworks and also a degree of social acceptance of a phenomenon. Now, when we bring in urban infrastructure as an added layer in the urban and look at it in terms of its absolute presence itself and one's proximity of it, a commonly observed phenomenon is that even within fixed residential land uses, one's proximity to urban infrastructure, as well as its underlying precarities, drives market values and creates different zones of affordability. For example, this map that was created by Social Design Collaborative and Basti Suraksha Manch in Delhi at Yamuna floodplains, we see that a proximity of the land parcels to major roads defines its extent of mobility, accessibility, and connectivity. And as one moves away from the main road and towards the water, the complexity of being mobile increases. Along with this, when you move closer to the water, the land's proneness to inundation and flooding also increases. As a result of this combination of factors like ease of mobility and the risk of flooding, the land value decreases as you move away from the main road and towards the water. So if we move to the context of Bangalore, this phenomenon sort of plays out very interestingly because of the city's terrain and undulating topography. Now, the city's undulating topography creates several low and high-lying areas that become susceptible to waterlogging and inundation. Now, this precarity created by the land's proneness to flooding, alongside a lot of infrastructural availabilities or inavailabilities, plays a very key role in shaping the land values across the city. Now, we move to the case of Shivaji Nagar, which is where this study is based. So this map represents the varying terrains within the spatial extent of Shivaji Nagar in Bangalore. Now, here we see the spatial distribution of high and low-lying terrain within the same site, within the same area, where the highest point is around 900 at an elevation of 922 meters, while the lowest point is at an elevation of 898 meters above ground. Now, parallel to this, when we look at a map of the stormwater drainage networks available in the area, we see that the stormwater channels are very sparsely present and only located limited to a particular area within the site. Now, for example, through our interactions, through my personal interactions also with the resident communities across Shivaji Nagar, I found that the low-lying land becomes very prone to waterlogging and flooding. Now, this also happens due to the very sparse availability of stormwater drainage channels across the site. And together, these conditions create several zones of precarity within the site that are marked by their proneness to flooding and subsequently have lower real estate values. Now, for example, through interactions with resident communities across Shivaji Nagar, it was found that the low-lying parts of the site, especially those located along the Nala, which is located close to Kamraj Road in Shivaji Nagar, are very prone to waterlogging and in increased extreme circumstances are also prone to flooding. Now, this happens first due to the low-lying terrain itself, and secondly, due to the absence of effective stormwater drainage infrastructures in the area. Now, this phenomenon creates several zones of precarity within the same geographical site that are marked by the riskiness of living and also have notably lower real estate values. So, as observed to be a result of this, over long periods of time, people belonging to religious minorities or low-income groups begin to occupy these precarious parcels of land that are marked by their underlying risks and a relative sense of affordability in an area, in a prime area that is as costly as Shivaji Nagar. In such cases, one can observe social identities manifest in space, such that socially vulnerable groups begin to cluster together in precarious and relatively more affordable patches of Shivaji Nagar. Here, in this sense, the interaction of planning and infrastructures with the land leads to the spatial production of people's identities. And it becomes critical to also note here that the spatial distribution of income groups across varyingly precarious areas can also be observed to shape the local economies that exist in the area. After this spatial production of identity happens at the area level, people's identities within urban spaces also begin to interact with the land planning and the development of the particular urban space. Now, this sets off the reproduction of social identities in space, and social identities produced within space emerge through living typologies and through visual cues that can be observed in space. So, As can be seen in this map also, there emerge observable differences between the urban fabric and built typologies across the patches that are occupied by high and low income groups in Shivaji Nagar. So through site-based learnings, and as can be seen in the map itself, the urban fabric of the low-lying areas is significantly more dense and tightly knit than those in the higher-lying areas of the site. Now, this density of living, this high density living in low-lying areas also reproduces these social vulnerabilities and precarities by creating spaces that are densely packed, where water drainage becomes harder and more time consuming, especially in light of the lack of proper SWD channels. Now, in Shivaji Nagar, this becomes more likely due to the observed shortage of stormwater drainage infrastructures and also dense vehicular blockages that are created due to high density living and the narrow circulation spaces in the urban realm. Apart from this, there are also seen to be no buffers between the public and private realms, such as footpaths. And this absence of buffers also makes the lower level of houses even more prone to water inundation. In this way, the space itself also reproduces social vulnerabilities in these unevenly developed patches that are often occupied by socio-economically weaker sections. Sorry. So now, at the neighborhood level within the site, another byproduct of the spatial manifestation of residents' social identities are visual cues that are observable within the built environment. First, while the houses located in the low-lying and flood-prone areas that are often occupied by socially vulnerable groups are characterized by little to no semi-open spaces like balconies, the houses in the higher-lying areas have larger and even more several balconies and semi-open spaces accessible privately. Now,
Sorry to interrupt you, Arunati, but you have 5 minutes left.
yes. So secondly, there was also an observable differences between the materiality and finishes in the facades of these houses. So while in low-lying areas, we saw that the houses were much less finished in terms of their materiality and paint finishes. Those located in the high-lying patches appeared to be more lavishly finished. So such visual cues in this context could also be understood as possible indicators not only of the residents' differing purchasing powers, but also of their ability and willingness to do modifications to their homes. Now, lastly, another spatial manifestation of residents' social identities was also observed through the use of symbology. For example, visual cues such as religious symbols, decorations, and other motifs on the entrances of people's homes across the site also represent their social identities in space. When this happens, one gets a fair idea of the kind of communities that are living in the space. Now, in urban contexts, as observed, the disproportionate planning and development of land that emerges out of an absence of synergies between and the gaps within land-based planning and urban infrastructure create varying degrees of precarity that lead to the spatial differences in real estate values within the same area. These they reproduce social identities in an urban space. When social identities are reproduced in an urban space due to the gaps in and the disproportionate urban planning and development practices, they lead to an unspoken but a socially acceptable and non-statutory replanning and reorganization in planned land. Together, all of these phenomena point towards a very clear relationship between land-based planning, infrastructure, development, and social identities. And the question that arises then is that why are these disciplines looked at in silos? So to conclude my presentation and having discussed some of my learnings from the site, I would like to pose the following questions. First, are these gaps in planning then also a function of the lack of interdisciplinarity within planning practices? Then do these gaps in planning reinforce existing social vulnerabilities and social hierarchies and structures? Can the creation of disproportionate affordabilities overwhelm larger planning objectives and lead to unexpected phenomena such as this replanning and reorganization and clustering of social groups in areas? And lastly, can institutionally mandated synergies across and within disciplines bring about more contextually responsive and equitable cities? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Arun.
For such an engaging presentation. With this, we've come to an end to all our presentations for this session. We would be starting with the discussion now. The floor is open for questions. Do you like?
Hello. Yeah. Kuhu, why don't you give your comments on the papers and then I'll give mine. And the floor will be open.
I think all the papers were really. I think all the papers were really interesting, particularly Vanchika's paper. I think that it's very disheartening that even though there are laws that have been implemented in the books that ban such practices, but there is no awareness in our community or even in the rural areas about the same, because we ourselves aren't aware of what happens there, and they themselves do not know that the practices that have been done against them are unfair because they've been brought up in such an environment that all these practices have always been normalized. They're born and they've been made to fit into these categories, which make all these practices very normal. So I think there's a wide gap in class in not just them not knowing, but us also not knowing that even though these laws exist, but this is not like, it's more complex than that in such a country. My next question is for Tani. How do representations of media in of space in media and language contribute to the gendered perception of kitchen as primarily belonging to women?
Hi. So, yeah.
We'll ask all the name or we'll ask you guys one time.
Okay.
Then you can answer them. Then we
Okay.
so ask your other question. I'll ask the questions since we are discussing. Okay. For Tani, this is a question. I think yours a very interesting paper. What I found strangely missing was your fear of mentioning the idea and the relationship of patriarchy and space, or the idea that architectural drawing also inhabits an idea of space making rather than place making, right? So it'll be interesting if you kind of comment on that. Why did you choose the drawings that you chose in the end, the Frankfurt kitchen drawings? For Harini, is she there? Harini, are you there? Harini, can you hear me?
They texted that it's not audible.
Harshita? I think
Then I'll ask the question for Vanchika. Yeah. Okay. Vanchika, very brave topic that you took on as a second year student. So it's great that you worked on this. What I felt was good about your paper is your interest in the intersectionality idea between Dalit women, feminism theory, etc. But what I felt went missing was a sense of analysis, or the kind of forms that this inhabits in, especially in the last 3 years, 4 years, like the Hathras rape case that you did not mention. It would be important that you build this as a analytical paper further, because now you are, I think you become aware of the categories, but you can take this forward into either field work or something else that you then apply this to.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
thanks. And is Harini there? I love my voice on the mic. इसमें नाइस दोनों में एको तो नहीं आएंगे अच्छा then Harini, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh,
Thank you.
great. Harini, thank you for your paper. It was very interesting that you took on the idea of contesting heteronormativity through a kind of history of the kotha and the courtesan. I felt that there was a little bit of a romanticization of the history of the courtesan in South Asia, because they are also structurally located in systems of patriarchy. And what would also be interesting is if you look at literature, Urdu literature from Ismat Chugtai and others, who actually talk about women headed households. What are the forms of women headed households which are not commenting socially on sexual practices of women? I understood that you wanted to create a space which was beyond the heteronormative, but what will be interesting is if you take this into the contemporary and think of other forms of habitation by women and how they generate ideas of, friendship, kinship, family, etc. Yeah. And the last paper I'll quickly comment, Arundhati, right? Are you sure you don't have questions? Okay. Okay. So, Arundhati, so one of the things that I found common in all the papers is that there is a shyness to actually say what the paper is about. So one is about patriarchy and space, the other is about heteronormativity and discrimination of women. Third is about how Dalit women are targeted and what kind of discrimination they face. And I think, Arundhati, your paper is about ghettoization. But you use terms like religious minorities, underlying risk, marginalization. So it would be a spatial reproduction of social identities. This obfuscation of through language is, a drug of academia. But no, so all I want to say is it was a very interesting paper. I think you got in a very different, interesting set of markers to understand how this space is being generated, including the semiotics of it, including the fact of the elevation and how these are the underlying areas. But what I wanted to ask you is what you use the word reproduced. What is reproduced in the produced? Thanks.
Hi, am I audible?
Yeah.
So I think when I discussed the idea of reproduction of social identities, I was more focusing on how when marginalized groups. For example, as you talked about ghettoization, when people live in all of these precarious situations, their social identities interact with urban space to reproduce identities. For example, if I were to take the case of socioeconomically weaker family that lives in one of the lower terrains. So, firstly, there's already a production of social identities in space with regards to where they are staying and where they're able to live in the first. Secondly, when it comes to the inundation part, whenever there is waterlogging and whenever there's waterlogging, it also acts as a very precarious situation to be in. And this also leads to a lot of things like mosquito breeding, which can lead to diseases like dengue. In this case, I think that the space itself is reproducing the vulnerability and the social vulnerability of these sections. So this is what I mean by the reproduction of identity in urban space.
Okay, fine. I think we should carry on. Any other responses?
So you asked me about how the kitchen design and the spatial layout is affecting the gender nature of kitchens. When I was researching for my paper, I came across how DDA households were planned in Delhi. And it's apparent from their designs that they're cramped, they're small, they're designed in a way that they're meant for a single person user. From the heights of the slabs, the kitchen slabs, the cupboards, it's apparent that they're meant for women users. Similarly, you can also find such preference towards heights and the way that the layout is made in terms of women and how they would use the space.
Okay. The floor is now open to questions. Yeah, go ahead.
5 minutes left. 5 minutes, any questions? 10 minutes.
10 minutes.
Oh God. Taha has a question. Bharat doesn't have a question. Taha, it's an all women panel. Huh? Careful.
Hello. Hello. My question is to Arundhati. Can you hear me?
No, she can't. You have to come here.
Can you hear me, Arundhati?
I was only very briefly able to hear you mention my name. I didn't hear anything apart from that. Sorry.
Okay, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So firstly, fascinating the categories that you're using, especially the thing about elevation, that and how elevation sort of reorganizes social categories. What my question was really is, you said that you've done field work as well. You were on site. You shared some photographs of the spaces as well. Uh, were you able to get a sense of how these people who stay in these low-lying areas, who are being reproduced in this different social sort of a different social hierarchy, how do they view the high-lying areas? Do they see do they see it as aspirational? Do they feel that they've been locked in? Has there been any um, climb up from these low-lying areas to high-lying areas? Are there any examples of that?
Hi, thank you so much for your question. So, as for the limitations of my study, this was not a particular question I was able to answer while I was on site, but I noticed that there was a very strong sense of spatial distribution of religious groups. For example, a lot of people discuss how oh ये Muslims का area है, ये SC का area है, या फिर ये Hindus का area है. There was a lot of that sort of narrative that came up, and when we spoke to children on site, they also thinking, oh, there's also this religious aspiration to present yourself as a dominant social group that we saw in children. For example, when you're talking to a couple of children, they came the house, like they told us how, like one of the children told us how he's a Muslim but he has a Hindu name, and that was a very sort of a strong point that he put forth very clearly to us. So the only way in which I think we observed some sort of aspirational patterns was maybe only restricted to social identities and not as much as spatial aspirations per se.
Arundhati, it'll be interesting for you to look at the work of herbs on Dharavi and how people who started on the outside of Dharavi, fringes of Dharavi, move inwards and it changes their social status. Also, there's a interesting book which you could look at about called Living with Violence by Deepak Mehta, which is again looking at religious identity and living in areas which are which are fraught with these kind of identities. Of course, I think the child who told you a Hindu name and though he was Muslim is passing, because I guess these areas have seen riots and kids have become aware that it's easier to have a Hindu name than a Muslim one.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? First year, second years, questions? Come. No, they are not coming. They have to be heckled. She's being so nice to them.
Okay, so I'm Vaishnavi from first year. I had a question for Vanshika. So you mentioned Devdasi. So how do old customs like the Devdasi system read gender inequality and caste discriminations in the Dalit community for women?
Yeah, so the Devdasis, they worship the god Yalama. So, like, in respect to them, they convert themselves into like the Devdasis. I, yeah, like.
Hello. Sorry. Yeah. Hello. So my question's for Arundhati. So I really liked your research; it's quite interesting, and I am also from Bangalore. So that's why I'm quite intrigued to know, like, what made you choose Shivaji Nagar as your area of study? Because you did mention a few more, like the Jay Nagar, GP Nagar as like the more high-end areas as well. But why was Shivaji Nagar in particular chosen for your area of study? Okay. Thank you for your question. Actually, as I mentioned towards the start of my presentation, this paper is based on my field observations that were conducted as part of the research project which was assigned to us. So the site Shivaji Nagar was not something I chose by myself, but it was assigned to us, and that's where I found all of these interesting patterns. So it was not for a particular reason. It's just that we were given like very specific sites based on you know the kind of people that live there, the kind of situations that arise, and Shivaji Nagar was the site that I was working with at that time. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any more questions?
Hello, my name is Viraj and I'm a first year BArch student. Firstly, thank you so much for such interesting research papers. My question for Tani is that how do cultural representations of masculinity and femininity intersect with the portrayal of kitchen spaces in media?
So while I was
Tani.
researching, while I was researching for my paper, one of the ads that I came across was Vim. So in my presentation, I've put up the Vim ad that they had that targeted women, which talked about how they should learn physical defense. But at the same time, there was an ad that they had that was targeted towards men. And what's interesting in the way that there was a difference in how they targeted the audiences were, the men's ad was the clothes that they were wearing, the background was black, and somehow they used charcoal, and the words that they were using was strength of the detergent, the strength of their ability of their product to clean was somehow correlated to the strength of the man who was using them, which is interesting in the way how different words, colors, etc. are used to target different audiences. Thank you.
Um, my name is Abhimanyu. I'm from the first year of B Design course. My question is to Tanisha. Vanshika. So how do the health differences and scarce resources make it tough for the Dalit women to take obstacles? For example, like social stigma and work risks.
Okay. Can I take a moment to answer?
Yeah.
Okay, so like Dalit women like are often made to work in occupations like scavenging or like manual scavenging or like agricultural labor and all, which like exposes them to a lot of health risks without like any adequate protection or like compensation or anything. And like caste-based discrimination and like the societal norms often limit them the opportunities like that are available to like Dalit women, which leads to them being more vulnerable and like marginalized in the various spheres of life.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any more questions?
I just want to clarify one thing about the point made earlier about the romanticization of courtesan. I agree that courtesan they did not have an ideal life in that sense. But contextually, when we are looking at courtesans, like they were the only women in that period who could exercise any degree of autonomy. So the point was that they had a space of their own, which is a quota, which allowed them to express feelings. They did not just indulge in. I know they did cater to patriarchal needs. They indulged in other activities, like cultural activities. A lot of them wrote poetry. They indulged in art and dance forms, and they like. I don't know if I mentioned it in the presentation, but they were also involved in the political scene of the state. So they did cater to patriarchal needs, but through catering to that, they did try to carve a space of their own, even though it's not a very ideal way of doing it, but then they sort of subverted it to their own needs. That's what I was trying to get you with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
With this, we come to an end to this session. I would like to thank all the speakers and Professor Sarovar for being a part of such an informative session. Unpacking the complex landscapes within gendered and local context shows to us the various narratives that are often lost in the background. I hope that the session has provoked lots of thoughts and questions for the viewers. Thank you.
Thank you, Kuhu, Professor Zaidi, and the student presenters for a truly delightful first session of the ICB 2024. Now I request Professor Zaidi to felicitate the presenters with their certificates. I would also like to add that for those presenters who have joined us online, your certificate will be sent to you by post. Thank you, Professor Zaidi and Kuhu. It has already been an interesting beginning to the conference, and we're quite interested to move ahead with the other sessions. But before that, we will now break for lunch and return at 2:30 p.m. for the afternoon session and the next panel for today. Once again, I remind all of you to follow us on our social media platforms for all updates regarding ICB 2024. We will see you again at 2:30 p.m. to continue engaging in the conversation. The lunch for the guests and faculty has been arranged at the faculty mess. We also hope that you visit the stall set up by student entrepreneurs of JSA in front of the new administrative office, formerly known as the ADDA. See you all soon. faculty discussant, Professor Abutala Faruqi, to take over and start the second session of the day, titled Sustainability, Design, Materials and Technologies. Over to you, Sumedha.
Thank you, Meenakshi. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Sumedha Goenka. I'm a second year architecture student at JSA, and I'm honored to be moderating this session titled Sustainability, Design, Materials, and Technologies. The faculty discussant for this panel is Professor Abutala Faruqi. One general disclaimer for all panelists. You have 15 minutes to present. I will give you a reminder twice. I will ring a bell once when you have 5 minutes left, and then twice when you have 2 minutes to go. And all questions will be taken when we're done with all the presentations. So without further ado, let's start. Our first presenter is Sanjana from National Institute of Technology, Calicut. Over to you, Sanjana.
Should I start sharing? Yes, please. It says it's disabled. Is it visible now?
Yes, Sanjana, it's visible.
Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I'm
Anjana, I'm a final year architecture student at NIT Calicut, and today I'm going to be presenting on preserving cultural heritage through heritage museums, art, and cultural centers, a case study approach to understand adaptive reuse strategies. So, adaptive reuse involves repurposing of buildings for new uses without demolishing them. So, while repurposing these buildings, the tangible cultural heritage is preserved by retaining the original architectural elements and character of the building. The structures are given new life and relevance by adapting them to serve contemporary cultural needs as spaces to exhibit art, showcasing history, and host cultural events. So the aim of this poster is to understand the strategies of adaptive reuse through case study method and by using examples of museums, art, and heritage centers. Some objectives are by analyzing cases of adaptive reuse to identify strategies for retaining heritage value while giving sites a renewed purpose, and evaluating how this cultural significance and architecture character of the buildings are retained. Now, the need for adaptive reuse is to most importantly preserve cultural heritage, create unique spaces, revitalize urban spaces, reduce construction waste, adapt to the changing needs of the generation, and focus on flexible land use and cultural and creative economy. Now, coming on to the why adaptive reuse is needed in India, there are only 7% of built heritage that is protected in India, and there is a lack of recognition for cultural roots, historic cities, and cultural landscape. There is a large number of heritage sites which will exceed 5 lakh structures. Now coming on to the first case study, it's Dakshinachitra Heritage Museum, which is located in Chennai, in Tamil Nadu. It's a cultural village and heritage center that replicates the traditional styles of the states of southern India and the culture of these regions. This place features 17 heritage houses, contextual exhibitions, recreated streetscapes, and interactions with the village artisans living there, and folk performances in an authentic setting. The character of the buildings are rustic and due to the use of courtyards, jali, verandas, and pitched roofs. Now, coming on to the site and contextual response, Dakshinachitra follows the main concept of integrating traditional elements into contemporary architecture. Dakshinachitra was initially planned by Laurie Baker to represent each southern state as a village with small streets and walkways. Benya Kuriakose, his mentee, added a contemporary touch to some of the buildings. Visiting each building in the entire 10-acre area serves as an educational purpose for the visitors. Now, another concept is the relationship between the built and open areas, which lays focus on scale and proportion between the built and unbuilt spaces. Now, if you look at the site, it shows a centralized, linear, and clustered spatial patterns. This allows for future development without losing character and shows visual harmony. These are the components of the site, which include galleries, exhibition halls, restaurant, library, artisan quarters, and amphitheaters, and many others. This is the site plan, and these are some of the pictures that I have taken of the main entrance, the reception lobby, and these are some of the pathways. These are the two houses of Andhra Pradesh, which are some of the houses. This is the gallery and the library, the houses of Karnataka. This is the central area, which hosts folk performances. It has a workshop area. These are the houses in Tamil Nadu, and these are the typical houses in Kerala. Now, coming on to the second case study, it is Cinnamon Boutique, which is located in Bangalore. It was initially an orphanage built by Rai Bahadur in 1898, with the foundation laid by the Marquis of Lansdowne, the Viceroy of India. It was later vacated due to structural issues, and it was left vacant. The building was reused and opened in 2014 by a brand called Cinnamon, which is known for using heritage forest boutiques. This building is of British colonial architecture style, and the reuse of Cinnamon is characterized by its attention to detail and retaining the original features. There were a few structural issues that were worked on by the architects, Matthew and Ghosh, due to the water content retaining in the subsoil due to the nearby Halsuru Lake. They dealt with the foundation, the shell elements of the wall, and the roof structure. This is the sequence of the building, which was initially orphanage. Then it was a trust office, which was left vacant until 2013. And this is Cinnamon, which is presently there if you go to the area. This is the site plan. These are some of the old and new comparisons of the building plan, the rainwater pipes, the damages, the cracks which are there, and the new roof replacements. These are some of the old and new views of Cinnamon Boutique. Now, coming on to the third one, this is Tate Modern, which is located in London, which is initially the Bankside Power Station, which is located at the banks of River Thames. This industrial character of the building is preserved, which was built in 1953, and modern elements are added to this. There are multiple gallery spaces which host art exhibitions. So here you see the sequence in how the Bankside Power Station has moved on to become Tate Modern, where the switch station was reused and the oil tanks are also reused. So this is the old and the new view of Tate Modern. Now coming on to the fourth one, this is Tycoon Center for Heritage and Art. Tycoon was initially a central police station compound located in Hong Kong, China in the late 19th century. Apart from reusing existing buildings, new blocks were introduced while repurposing and opening for the public in 2018. Now, enhanced capacity of piers by adding plated steel arches, and they used recycled aluminum bricks for the facade of some of the buildings. So this is the old and the current view of Tycoon. So coming on to the comparative analysis of the 4 case studies, which includes the location, the year of original construction, year of reuse and opening, the architecture style, the original use and new use of the projects, along with the intervention done to the buildings. From these case studies, you can infer that historic buildings can be reused into museums and art galleries, and it shows the different methods used for adaptive reuse, which show how the buildings successfully repurposed for new cultural responses while retaining the heritage value. Thank you.
Thank you, Sanjana, for sharing your valuable insights. Our next presenter.
co-authors, architect Nikhil Agarwal sir, architect Chitra Sen Parida sir, and Dr. Sumantra Mishra sir. We also like to thank ICB for this opportunity. Now, coming to the abstract, if we talk about the historical context of the Konark Sun Temple, then it is a 700-year-old temple, and which was built by Narsimha Dev I, and it is also a UNESCO World Heritage Site since 1984. If we talk about the present condition of the Konark Sun Temple, then its south facade specifically getting deteriorated, especially the chondrolite rock or the laterite stone, which is the main construction material of the temple. It's getting deteriorated. And in my research paper, I wanted to establish the relationship between the built heritage structures and the historical urban landscape. After establishing this relationship, I wanted to make a list of the trees which could be of help to protect the tangible heritage from decay or deconstruction caused by the cyclonic winds or the prevailing winds from the Bay of Bengal. And for that, I have choose two methods, basically the randomized block design method and with the before and after with control design method. If we talk about the significance of Konark Sun Temple, then it possesses a huge significance in artistic and spiritual excellence. And if we'll observe the landscape around the periphery of the temple, then we can see that in today's time, there are a lot of cashew nut trees are planted. But before 1999 super cyclone, there were a lot of Casuarina and Punaga trees were planted around the periphery of the temple. Casuarina trees were also known as oak wood trees, and Punaga trees are also known as the champa trees. So these were the trees were planted around the periphery of the temple before 1999. Now, what's the big deal? Why cashew nut trees poses a threat to the temple? I'm going to explain it in the further slide. Apart from the prevailing winds of the Bay of Bengal, lightning strikes also also possesses a significant threat on the temple. So, if we'll do the strategic landscaping, then it would mitigate this threat. And the global, Machu Picchu and Tikal from Vietnam is a great example for the emphasizing the role of the global role of landscape, where they have focused on the landscape which tells about the history of the built heritage. So I wanted to recognize its dual role as a protector and a storyteller of the tangible heritage. From the literature study, I concluded that it suggested me the nature-based solution for heritage conservation along with the criteria that helped me to select my trees that would help to block the prevailing wind from the Bay of Bengal. So the methodology that I used was to study from the current condition of the Konark temple, the existing landscaping that was present there, and the landscaping which was present before 1999. And then I analyzed and concluded that landscaping can have an impact on the built heritage. It also gave me a criteria like resilience and growth patterns along with the appropriate positioning. As examining the tree's protective potential, the study emphasizes the importance of thoughtful planting in the coastal areas to maximize their impact, highlighting the crucial role of landscaping in heritage preservation. There were basically two problems that in the Konark Sun Temple. First was the deterioration of the southern facade of the Konark Temple, which was due to the prevailing winds from the Bay of Bengal. And the second was the use of paver blocks which prevented the rainwater from infiltrating the ground that caused the waterlogging issue. So the waterlogging issue could be easily mitigated with the considered use of permeable paper blocks, which would allow the rainwater absorption. But what about the southern facade? Then landscaping came into play. Here, the landscaping can contribute to mitigate the deterioration as it has the positive health impacts. It can reduce the urban heat island mitigation. It can also reduce the carbon sequestration and increase the biodiversity of that particular area. So, as I was talking about the landscaping before 1999 and after 1999. So, before 1999, there were huge trees of Casuarina and Punaga trees, which used to block the prevailing winds from the Bay of Bengal, which carried the dust and particles. But after 1999, a lot of those trees got uprooted. So, to counter that, the government of Odisha has planted short-heighted cashew nut trees, which could not, due to its short height, could not block the prevailing wind from the Bay of Bengal, and it carried the sand particles and dust particle which got in direct contact with the southern facade, and that caused the deterioration of the chondrolite stone or the laterite stone. Odisha ranks third in the cashew nut cultivation in India. So it has an annual input of near about 1 lakh to 1.25 lakh metric tons of cashew nut, which is a huge amount. So government has not thought about the deterioration of the government could not predict the deterioration of the Konark Sun Temple, and they planted the cashew nut trees, thinking about the economic factor that would it would give to the Odisha government. Now, conservation efforts must consider the potential adverse impacts such as the material damage from the encroaching vegetation while implementing the measures like internal drainage system to address the waterlogging and protect the structural stability also. Now coming to the inference, I have divided the trees into many. I have selected the trees into certain criterias like height, trunk, width, foliage density, and lifespan of various trees, along with the leaf shapes, which would which could be planted in place of cashew nut trees, so that it would block the prevailing wind from the Bay of Bengal. Now these are the list of the trees which could be planted, and these trees are all indigenous to Odisha and the Puri, specifically the Puri coast. Along with the selection of trees, we also had to take care of the plantation of trees. Random plantation of trees could not stop the deterioration of the Konark Sun Temple. So there has to be proper planning, proper landscaping planning. So here is a schematic diagram to show the strategic positioning of these trees according to the height. I'd like to conclude by saying that the landscaping strategies can help to preserve the built heritage if we do it in a planned way. Thank you.
Thank you, Vishal. We appreciate your research and presentation. Our next panelist is Yash Dahiya from Jindal School of Art and Architecture. Over to you, Yash.
Hello. Yeah. A very good afternoon to everyone present here. I am Yash Dahiya, fourth year architecture student from Jindal School of Art and Architecture, JGU. I'm really grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present my paper on understanding the implementation of sustainable and circular practices in Coca-Cola's global supply chain, financial implications, and trade-offs. ये इसमें चल रहा है, इसमें ये present It has more than 300 bottling partners, and the global share in the non-alcoholic beverage market is 43.5% on just Coke. So, like the company's commitment to sustainability, circularity, and ethical responsibility further emphasizes the importance of studying its supply chain practices to understand how a leading global brand navigates complex operational landscapes while prioritizing the environmental and social outcomes. In this paper, I have discussed the research by two primary data, taking two primary data. One, the case studies itself presented by the Coke, published by the Coke, and some research which is funded by the Coke. Secondary data is the diverse publication by experts with specialization in circularity in product manufacturing. Here, if you see, this is a cycle of any company which you generally see which manufactures a product. So taking from the raw material to the manufacturing to distribution to customers, and then if we take that product back to the cycle is known as circular practice. So this needs to be sustainable and everything which connected by people and communities to complete the cycle. Okay, so there are four things. According to the company, they actively engage in regular discussions with their stakeholders. The company started an initiative, The World Without Waste, which they claim to show the company's dedication towards responsible waste management. The company also made a sustainable decision by shifting its packaging from glass bottles to PET bottles. The shift of glass bottles were influenced by economic, environmental, and practical factors. Next is responsible material sourcing. Raw materials are the inputs used in the production process to create finished products that are ready to sell to customers. This makes raw materials a vital piece of the global economy and international trade. Sourcing of any raw material needs to be responsibly handled because this may cause disruption in nature if अगर बहुत ज्यादा यूज करोगे तो ऑब्वियसली सब कुछ खत्म हो जाएगा. Next is the stakeholders involvement. I'll explain each and every point. First is the stakeholder engagement in the Coca-Cola supply chain. There are a lot of stakeholders involved directly, indirectly in this process. In this also, the first primary source is the agriculture production. So here the heroes are the farmers. The raw material is extracted from the farmer. They produce the extract. They produce the raw material that is processed and distributed via different channels. So like for Coca-Cola, a lot of stakeholders are involved. And if you know, the major raw materials are such as like sugar, coffee, tea, plant-based drinks, soya, almonds, nuts. So these are critical partners in sustainability efforts and required to demonstrate compliance with global sustainability standards. Standards are set in all the world. Next, I'll talk about the financial implications in production shift of glass bottles to the PET bottles which you buy today. First is the financial gains. The transition from glass bottle had a significant financial implication for Coca-Cola. While the initial investment in PET bottle lines and technology was substantial, the company ultimately benefited from lower production and transportation costs associated with the PET bottle. The lighter weight made the shipping costs and fuel consumption less, leading to savings in logistics. But at last, if you see, company said ki people need more like containers so they can travel with the Coke. So they can take it like for a longer period of time on a journey or everything. So they tried ki isse unka vast area mein distribution बढ़ जाएगा, which actually happened. So this likely like in the end profitability of the company increased, distribution increased because of the introduction of the PET bottles. Next are also like interesting cheese I want to share is that when you talk about a glass bottle or PET bottle, there's a difference in the materiality. A glass is not a porous material, but plastic is. So if you keep Coke in a glass bottle, the fizz, that carbonation can be like sustained to 6 months, but in plastic it's only 2.5. So company retained that glass bottles only for the remote locations where transportation requires time. So they know कि locally बहुत जल्दी बिक जाएंगी, 2.5 महीने में प्लास्टिक बेचो, दूर के लिए ग्लास रखो. Okay, next is the responsible material sourcing. In this, I'll come back to the farmers thing. So, you take sugar every day in a lot of things, so natural bhi hai, artificial bhi hai, all types of sugar. But when Coca-Cola used to have like natural extract from sugar cane only as their sweeteners when they first started production in India, but later they switched to HFCS, which is high fructose corn syrup. So this happened when the company came, they asked farmers to grow sugarcane. Farmers grew sugarcane, but later company changed their sweeteners additives to HFCS. So farmers were forced to shift their production to corn because corn was subsidized by the government. It made it cheaper for the farmers, hence affordable co-production. So unka ismam. Acha. Another thing is that co-created their own certification standards for the crops. So in this way, foreign variety of sugarcane was introduced in India, and it actually destroyed the indigenous sugarcane crop on the later stage. One harmful drawback of HFCS is that large amounts of regular intake can cause heart attack. Next is another raw material Coca-Cola required to manufacture is water, a lot of water. So water's responsible sourcing is particularly vital in regions affected by water depletion. But the company has caused more damage to the groundwater than any other industry. They use 35 liters of water per liter Coke, which include 28 liters of water in sugar processing, 0.4 liters in concentrate, and 6.5 liters per plastic bottle manufacturing. Uh, on the one hand, like company says they actively replenishes the water it uses, which they say it's a water stewardship program, but in reality, the groundwater is never recharged. One case example is Plachimada, a coke factory in Kerala. If anyone from Kerala, they might know this was a very big deal for them. The area in which the factory was constructed, the nearby communities were told that this will create a job opportunities for them. Jobs came, but villagers noted that soon after the factory opened, their wells started to run dry. The available water turned contaminated and toxic. Soon, the waste from factory was passed off to farmers to be used as fertilizers. And now, when the water is not available for the farmers, the crops died. It is important to note that Coca-Cola has faced allegations of groundwater issues in certain areas of India, where some communities attribute water depletion to the company's water-intensive bottling plants. These issues have led to protests, license revocation, and legal challenges. At last, the company was shut down, and after that, a PepsiCo company was also shut down in the same area. In the end, I can say that in our environment, raw materials are being depleted very fast, not just in this industry, in every industry, by every industry, it's being utilized everywhere. So like sustainable material should be introduced, should be used more than just taking any natural material available in nature. So not only this, like for any company of this scale should take consideration of that thing in their last slide. The Coke should take few steps. This is my like point to them saying key steps to achieve sustainability in their practices is first by making PET bottles 100% recyclable. The bottle we say which is a PET bottle is not 100% recyclable. The label, the adhesives, and the cap is not. So for that, Coke has started now printing the information directly on the bottle without using a label and adhesive. This is the first step they took. Another potential future aspect to explore in Coke's operation include understanding how the company creates market demand, implication of transition from glass bottle to PET bottles, and ongoing shift towards more sustainable packaging materials. These aspects are crucial for analyzing Coke's strategies in response to evolving consumer preferences, environmental concerns, and industry trends. By exploring these future aspects, researchers can gain insights into how Coke adapts its supply chain management to meet sustainability goals, enhance operational efficiency, and maintain its competitive edge in ever-evolving beverage market. Thank you.
Thank you, Yash, for a thought provoking presentation. Our next and final presenter for the panel is Shashank Thokala from National Institute of Technology, Calicut. Shashank, can you hear us?
Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
We
Good
can hear
afternoon.
you.
This is Shashank. I'm from
Over to you.
National Institute of Technology, Calicut. I'll be sharing. I hope my screen is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Good afternoon, guys. My topic is on innovative voices, like unveiling a sustainable information technology path for the future. It's a case study approach. In the aim of an IT park is to create a connected environment for information technology companies and professionals to thrive and contribute to various aspects of economic and technological development. Mainly, the scope depends upon technology parks often house business incubators and accelerators which support the growth of the startups. This can lead to a creation of a vibrant startup ecosystem. And also, technology parks can also collaborate with the local education institutes to offer like specialized trainings and education programs, ensuring that the workforce is equipped with the skills needed for the tech-related industries. You see, like there was a few main objectives that which it does affect on they can collaborate with local education institutes and also they embrace new cutting edge technologies and also like drive economic growth by attracting IT companies. For example, if you take Hyderabad, it used to have only cyber towers in the starting, and it was built in 1995, but now it's 44% of the economic income like that comes from the IT parks is coming from Telangana, Hyderabad itself. And how this technology park affects society: boost economy and provide abundant space for growth, encourage business development, facilities training sessions, include the latest technologies, come with a range of amenities, promote rest and recreations. The first IT park that was introduced in the Silicon Valley, it was created on the campus of Stanford University. It was like more than 50 years ago, and like now you see Silicon Valley used to be like the poorest region in the USA. Into now it becoming into a global center of the technology, finance, and education research. Silicon Valley is the US center for innovative technology parks. As you know that the main companies such as like Apple, Facebook, Google, Netflix, and Oracle, Cisco, all they're located in the Silicon Valley itself. And this is the timeline how it all started. And this is my first case study. It was in like Apple Park. It was located in San Francisco, California. As you see, this shape was Apple is like planned. The main concept, the main target on the Apple they did is like the landscaping. It is total of like 176 acres, and like most of the park they have ground coverage they did for the landscaping, like introducing like new plants, such as they use in natives and also like 7,000 plus like fruit bearing plants, and like they give an office layout, central courtyards, collaborate spaces, innovative workspaces, flexible work environment. And also some of the places for the introducing their giving the advertisement and innovating and introducing the new innovations and like these things. Actually, if we go to any if we go for example, if we take a Google Park as an example, as you can see Google has like a very flexible workspaces. For example, like they're integrating their office spaces into the environment, and also like the people don't need to work sitting in their workstations itself. They can come out and sit anywhere in the office itself, and they can just do the work and do the submissions. This is a kind of as for example software employees always has an issue of having a lot of like health issues, and also they're having very stress environment. So like just not about creating an IT park, we need to like introduce like intimate like a lot of things into that, so like which will give a stress-free environment for them, and also like introduce new cutting edge technologies. This is like a Vilnius Tech Park. This is my third case study, which was built in like 19th century. And like this is actually basically this was in a hospital before, and like later they have redesigned it to an IT park. Uh, they used all like a collaborate tools and platforms. This has like advanced security systems, innovative labs, and R&D facilities. This has specialty because this has very big landscaping area. They used all the spaces to connect the indoor and outdoor, having like a seamlessness, which is connecting the office spaces and also the landscapings outside. For example, it's like this. This is my fourth case study. This is on innovative tech park. The reason why I choose this tech park is like this for the technology. This IT park is having like a lot of like new cutting edge technologies and also using like a neat water cooler at the entrance, integration of smart sensors, lot of devices, and cloud-based platforms. So each case study might represent like every case study has a different kind of thing that we need to must and should implement in our designs. Uh, this is a case study which was like a Titan integrated campus. It was in Mindspace. It was located in Bangalore. This has a very special in the side there it was connected with a lake. So they use that lake to landscape and like connect their indoor and outdoor activities, indoor and outdoor spaces, connecting like giving like a green roofs and living walls, biophilic design elements, vegetation inside the buildings, water features, amphitheaters, all these kind of things as you see in this design. So this lake is actually used to be very polluted, so they took care of the lake also. They have cleaned it and like they integrated that lake into their office, which is giving a very good aesthetic views and everything. This is some of the comparative analysis that I did before. This is all common. So these are the sustainable features and artificial elements that I found, which I wanted to incorporate in my thesis. Actually, I'm in my final year. As you see, solar panels, curved glasses, green spaces, glasses on top and bottom, outdoor activities, and cascades green terraces. Actually, these cascade and green terraces are like a very good. It's like a very good innovative thing, like which help in like saving a lot of energy and like also like controlling the heat and also stack effect, connecting indoor and outdoor spaces. These are some of the concepts that I wanted to introduce in my design. All these concepts are located outside the office. So like these training rooms, outdoor conferences, conferential spaces, workstations, terrace gardens, co-working spaces, outdoor gatherings, recreational areas. These are all places we can also give in the office itself. But the thing is like also by giving the spaces in the office, we can also give it in the outside in the landscaping. So like people don't need to like feel like being in a closed area, so they can come out and use sessions outside. They can feel connected to the nature and have this stress-free environment. So this is what my thesis is about. This is the reference. That's it. Thank you. Sharing.
Thank you, Shashank, for an enriching presentation. We have now come to an end of all the presentations. The presenters highlighted innovative approaches and key findings aimed at fostering environmentally conscious practices across industries. Now we'll begin with the question answer session. I request Professor Abu to begin the discussion.
Yeah, hi. Thank you, Sumedha. So very interesting presentation. So small congratulations to all the presenters, offline Yash, and also the online students that have joined us, Sanjana, Bishal, and Shashank. To begin the discussion, one common thread that I found in all the presentations is the importance of the operational side of buildings. Okay, buildings, projects as a broad category, and we can also call the operational side as the inhabitation side or the inhabitation goal or the question of inhabitation. Whether we talk about Sanjana's presentation or we talk about Bishal, who was looking at preservation of built heritage, or we talk about Yash, it all basically comes down to the importance of how when the building is being operational, when the building is being inhabited by people, by different kinds of stakeholders, how does the dream that was or the goal that was, right? How is that actually being translated, not translated? And how are we basically we dealing with that kind of a thing, right? And this is something this is very important because this is something which is generally missing from most of the discussions around architecture and design with respect to buildings across platforms, whether we are talking about the classroom or we are talking about lecture studios or we are talking about architectural platforms where designers, architects are talking about buildings. It's basically the stage which precedes the operational building and the inhabitation thing. So I would first want to get a few brief responses from each of the presenters on how they think the question of inhabitation is very, very important in the work that they have done, in the topic that they've studied, in the case studies that they have done, and how, if we think about it, the problems that we are flagging and the solutions that we are proposing can become more impactful, more meaningful. So we can start with Sanjana.
Can you hear us, Sanjana?
Hi, could you repeat the last segment? I couldn't hear it properly.
Yeah, I was saying that how would you respond based upon your topic, your work, to the importance of the operational side of buildings, or the inhabitational side of buildings, how people are living, how people are using, and the rest.
Yeah, so my case studies focus more on the user experience of the building for them to um access, and it's mostly it is galleries or exhibition spaces, cultural centers. So these it makes this adaptive reuse topic is helps to understand the original purpose that was initially why the building was built, the cultural context at that time, and like how people were at that time before using the adaptive reuse process or adaptive reuse technique. So here it is important to understand the building's history, and then it's also important to incorporate local cultural elements or like materials or any other cultural elements into the design, and should also promote to like how adaptive reuse is should be used because it reduces the construction waste, or it reduces the need for raw materials or energy and resources. So this preserves the existing structures and also reduces the environmental impact of new construction.
All right. And Bishal, can we have a response from
Yes,
you?
sir. In terms of inhabitation, unlike modern buildings, the Sun Temple was not designed for continuous living. Instead, it served as a place of worship and hosting religious ceremonies. It was a focal point of life. But now it's a tourist center. But the engagement of people, including the local communities, historians, archaeologists, and government bodies, is vital for the upkeep of the temple. And the community involvement can foster a sense of ownership and pride, encouraging people to take an active role in its preservation. Thank you.
And Yash, what is your response?
A lot of points have been covered, I can say, but another thing towards this is one point is the reduction of carbon footprint. This is also very important part in any company, we can say any construction business, any industry around this world. So this is a major impact which puts an impact towards that. Also, like reducing and like sourcing all this efficiently will reduce at the end, increase the profitability for any business, if it's an industry or architecture business. And then like we can say creating a balance of economic, social and environmental problem should be the priority in any part of this.
All right. And Shashank?
Shashank,
Shashank, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, yes. Please
Sir,
go ahead.
like so the how the spaces impact and interact with the people on a daily basis, understanding how a occupant inhabit and use the maintenance of the building. It's like a this sustainable tech park design like landscape visions are like I believe it's incorporating landscape and greenery is essential for several reasons. It's like enhance air quality, absorbing pollutants and releasing oxygen, and fostering a healthier workspace. A well-planned landscape also enhance the park aesthetics appeal, promoting a pleasant and calming atmosphere that boosts productivity and well-being. Green spaces supports biodiversity, providing inhabitants for the various spaces. Strategically placing trees and plants offers a natural shade, helps regulate temperature, reducing the need for artificial cooling also. Yeah, that's it.
All right, thank you. So the other thing which I was thinking about while these presentations were going on was that I mean the things that you guys were talking about are so great. They should be done. they look so good, they have benefit, welfare, and I mean, they are good in a very comprehensive manner, right? The thing which was surprising to me, and which I would want everybody to answer from the panel, is that why is that not happening, right? And you folks have done your case studies, you have done your research, you also must have some kind of an angst that why is this happening in us? I mean, why is this so scarce, right? Why is there so much amount of dearth of these kind of buildings projects, whether we talk about the adaptive reuse, or we talk about the the conservation, the built heritage conservation, or we talk about how big companies do their sourcing and networking, or we talk about IT parks, right? So why do you think there is so much amount of resistance and apprehension and skepticism in the market or industry or the stakeholders? And what are the processes or systems or mechanisms that we can incorporate, which can make it, which can actually do away with that skepticism or apprehension and these kind of things? Something which is really very good, very, very interesting, need of the hour, can actually become more accessible, more kind of become the convention, right? It becomes the norm. So, what are your thoughts on making it more scalable and increasing its penetration? So, I think we can reverse the order now, and maybe Shashank can go first this time.
uh, sir, sir, basically, when we know it comes to an ID park, everyone is thinking about like creating a desktop, like a office space for the people to work actually. But in my opinion, like creating an ID park is also like taking care of the, we say this, employees' health and all these issues and everything. Uh, Basically, if you see like the IT park also not only affects the employees there, it gives an employment, but also affects the area and the city and the place, everything, by attracting a lot of other companies to there and collaborating with the like native companies. So I think this is a kind of like a thing which helps the city to grow on people, and also like it's like a startup of a very good development of the place, sir. That is what I feel.
Okay. Yes.
There is one thing as an architecture student, when we go on a site and we have to design any building, any structure, it's first like a site context. What's the site context? What's the local craft? What is in the locality of that site? So when we talk about this, like how, why is this not being implemented, is that key, there is a lack of local skill, local artisans right now. It's not available. Most people have left the villages, left the artwork, and the materiality is also shifting towards like a normal, easy material, easily available material. They don't want to work with the material which is hard to change its properties. They want the material to behave as the designer want. So this is an important point which we can say, in which we need to work towards making the this kind of hard material to be a very easily like मोल्ड कर दिया, कुछ भी बना सकते हैं उससे, और सबको वो चीज पता हो, उसकी प्रॉपर्टीज पता हो, बिकॉज दे आर वेरी इंडिजिनस टू अस. People know how to use them. We just want the knowledge to get to work with that material in this.
Do you have, because you're sitting very close to me, I'll ask a counter question, which is, do you have some ideas to how this can be fixed?
So one thing I can share is like when I had an opportunity to work on a project for a solar decathlon India. So in that we had to work with the sustainable material. So for that we went to the village, we found the material. First thing was the mud we found, because खुदाई करोगे मड निकलेगा, क्या करें उसका, बैक फिलिंग भी कर लेंगे लेकिन फिर भी बचेगा. How to use that? So we found कि rammed earth construction is a thing. We researched more about it. See, we found out कि it's very easy to do. It consumes less time if it is managed properly. So this is how, if you know about material, you can do things.
So essentially, assessment of the conditions and maybe management, a better management is one of the answers that you are proposing. All right, thank you. Vishal, can we have your response on this?
Yes, sir. I think cost consideration is an issue. Like in my case, where I have planned a large amount of trees, where would I plant and the strategic planning and all, it requires a lot of resources and time, and of course there's also a financial aspect. So cost consideration maybe would be an issue. Another issue would be a short-term focus, as government might not see the long-term effect of its decision, where they have planted the cashew nut trees, which were not effective against the prevailing winds. So they have not thought about it, and that caused a lot of deterioration. So a short-term focus is also can be an issue. And another, I think the fragmental decision making might also be an issue, where a lot of people put in their minds together, with an architect, a landscape architect, or an engineer, or a government official. A lot of people are there for the decision making process, which make certain type of decision more means making this type of sustainable decisions less. They do not support such type of decisions. Maybe that can be an issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Sanjana.
Yeah, so when coming to adaptive reuse, adding on to what the others said, Rajasthan and Tamil Nadu. So there's a need for comprehensive national level policy, and it should be dedicated for, I mean, separately for adaptive reuse process.
Perfect. Thank you. So I think we have very interesting and diversified opinions and suggestions on the problems that we are facing with respect to sustainability and and the other things that the presenters have very articulately presented. And I would just kind of kind of summarize these because these are very important pointers which are kind of takeaways for all of us, which is that cost control is very important, because many a times clients actually run away, and including especially the government runs away from the project if the cost goes out of hand, or if the cost kind of exceeds beyond the conventional project budgets. Yes, very important point raised by Vishal was, I think short-term thinking he talked about. That's very important that, whenever, even when we talk about cost, most of the time we only talk about the capital cost or the initial cost. Whereas in every project, we should always be talking about life cycle cost, right? So it's not just the initial cost, but also the operational cost. And the life cycle cost, actually, if we can find a way in which we incorporate this into the decision making, a lot of good projects and sensible projects can be built. Reading and assessment of conditions is again very critical. Many a times these things happen because we are not really reading the conditions the way they need to be read. And so what happens is that the easiest or the most superficial solution becomes the normative solution. And this is very rampant in the case of old buildings being demolished and completely being constructed anew. And no reuse and no preservation, conservation, upgradation kind of things happening, because that's a bit more nuanced. And requires some level of reading and assessment. And I think management is also very important, because once we have once we are doing this kind of a project, then managing the whole thing so that it becomes a reality and the problems that prevent us from doing such good, interesting projects, are done away with. And very rightly pointed out by Sanjana, which is incentivization of such projects. There should be some incentivization by the state in terms of maybe taxation on materials. So the taxation of virgin materials should be more compared to taxation on reused materials, which ironically speaking is not the case right now as we speak. And awareness and sensitization, and in having some guidelines and processes and mechanisms is again very, very important. So I think if we are able to address these issues, then a lot of the case studies that we are talking about, 10 15 buildings, can actually become more pervasive, and it can become more accessible and easy for people to do these kind of things. So with that, I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. Those of you who have questions can raise your hand, and the volunteers can take the mic to them, or maybe.
So, my question is to Vishal.
So you will first, every person who's asking a question should first introduce themselves, what name, program that you are in, and then ask the question.
My name is Sagrika and I'm a second year interior designer.
Yeah, and a bit louder, I think, Sagrika, you're not very
Is it
audible.
audible?
Better, yeah.
So, my question is to Vishal. You spoke about landscape planning, no? Like, do you not agree that when you mess with the existing landscape of the place at a larger scale, will it not affect the balance of what is happening there naturally? Like, at a small scale, it's fine, but if you artificially make the landscape in a way that suits your requirements, like the human wind requirements, etc., will it not affect the existing balance of the place? And how can you avoid it happening at a longer time period? Like, abhi to kuch nahi hoga, but in some years it might cause a bigger issue than what is existing. How can you prevent something like this?
Yeah, before in my case, before 1999 there were existing trees which were huge, means their height were reaching nearly to the garbhagriha of Konark temple. So they were very much efficient enough to block the winds, block the sea winds. But after they got uprooted by the super cyclone, that was in after 1999. The government has they could have planted the same trees again, but they didn't do that, and they have planted the trees which could benefit the government of Odisha, which was a cash crop, and they didn't thought they didn't predicted this that it would harm the Konark temple, but they didn't predicted it, and they had planted the cash crops which were short heighted. So I am saying that to plant back the trees which were originally there, or if they really think about the economic factor, then I have listed down the trees which can also be a cash crop. So according to my list, I have also given the list of trees which could benefit to the government, as well as it would help the to safeguard the temple from deterioration. So I think I have answered your question. Thank you.
No, like, what about the existing trees that are there? Like, do you want the government to move those trees and plant the trees that are what you're suggesting, or do you want to plant them in a with the other ones?
The trees which are there, they were planted in a recent 20 to 30 years. Before that, the landscaping was different. For the past 3 to 400 years, I'm talking about, the landscaping was very different. So I am just asking to means either bring back the landscape which was there before 300 before 99, or to have a different set of landscape which would give overall benefit to both the temple and the government.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I think Nana had a question. Yeah, so can you? Sorry.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay, so this question is for Yash from the YouTube live stream given by Subhashish sir. So he's wondering if plastic bottles, which you had mentioned, the PET bottles, are they really sustainable given that it's made out of plastic? That's a question which we got from YouTube from Subhashish sir.
Okay, so PET bottle ka the way PET bottle is made is a plant-based plastic, first thing. So the body of the bottle is completely biodegradable because it's from the plant-based material. But the cap and the label is from the regular cheap plastic you get from the market, from the granular plastic. That is not biodegradable. Only the bottled plant, the body right now.
Thank you. And uh, we have another question for Bishal. So, if you were given the responsibility to do such a project at another location, how would you do it? Describe with an example.
If I had to do such kind of project in another space, then I have to first assess the type of deterioration uh, of the built heritage, or then I have to assess the scope of interventions, the cause of the deterioration. I have to assess a lot of things. What is the main cause, and then I would plan the strategy, plan out the strategy, then how, whether landscape can actually help or the artificial methods can do the thing, because doing a landscape at such a level would uh, take a lot of investment, a lot of manpower. So I have to think and suggest very particular, very. I have to be very particular about it, about the solution, and I have not means I have not done any other studies that where I could present similar kind of modules, but I'll surely extend my research, and I'll have some more examples in future. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Harjot, and I'm a fourth year architecture student. So,
Vishal, may I to comment?
should I ask question?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So my question is basically open to all. If any one of you or all of you want to answer the question. So what kind of policies do architects and designers, should envisage of such sustainable practices before even started designing and start drawing on the drawing board? So yeah.
Like one point was just discussed in the discussion was the life cycle. So one can be the life cycle analysis and multiple like passive design strategies, which two I can remember of right now. Any more people can add to the list? There are multiple things.
Yeah, I think what Harjot's question is pointing to, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that what things can be thought about even before the drawing starts, the preparation of drawings, right? So before the concept stage, the schematic stage, what kind of, maybe some kind of a policies or some kind of pointers can be written down or can be followed, in order to really do what we want to do. If anybody wants to take that. Okay.
I can add like two, three
Yeah, sure.
points. One can be the material selection policies, as we discussed from this takeaway. The second can be the water conservation measures. In any construction, any building, water is the primary source used, which is the most like wastage भी उसी की सबसे ज्यादा है for any material. So that should be conserved. Then the energy consumption needs to be reduced in any industry, you can say. So these are the three key points I can remember right now.
Right. Any other questions from the audience?
Hello, am I audible? My question is to Yash, and this is especially about packaging products, because we've just discussed about materiality and understanding the context of materiality before making a building or even a product. So my question is about how does a company like Coca-Cola, which specializes in manufacturing products, um, take a control over the carbon footprint that it produces? And would you suggest that their packaging should then be localized to specific regions so that it does, target the carbon footprint to a certain extent? If yes, then tell us your comments about it.
See, right now, when the company states that the bottle is 100% recyclable, it doesn't mean it is going to be recycled. The initially it was like company used to manufacture glass bottles. Consumers drank Coke, send it back to the retailer sends it back to the company to be recycled. At that time, carbon footprint was less because the new material is not being added. The same glass is being recycled with little bit of new material, which is the sand and this thing. But now when companies started manufacturing the plastic bottles, so they are not 100% being returned for the recycling. Not if even 1% is being recycled, that is not going back to the company still says that they are manufacturing a fresh clean bottle from the raw material, because they have a standard out of this for the particular material, the cleanliness. So they are saying that the bottle is recyclable, you go and recycle it to other stakeholders, the secondary person. So that is increasing the carbon footprint for any company. So this is not reducing right now. They are just getting rid of the recycling process or the costing they used to get for the glass bottle to be recycled.
So, would you suggest any other measures that they need to, like, according to your analysis, would you suggest any other measures that can be taken to reduce this carbon footprint, even in the process of the circular practice?
So yeah, Coke should take the plastic bottles back from the stakeholders. Yeah, it should hire some authorities which should convert the plastic so then be recycled and reused in the same packaging material. So that is one thing they should take from it.
All right. Thank you.
We have time for one more question.
Yeah.
One last question.
Do we have any other questions? So then I can ask a question then.
Yeah, sure, please.
Okay. So this question is for Sanjana. Can you hear us, Sanjana?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, hi, I'm Sumedha. So, I basically want to ask you. So, you've spoken about adaptive reuse in buildings and you've done some case studies. So, specifically, when we talk about adaptive reuse, context becomes very important because there's a certain aesthetic, and then there's a certain local environment that needs to be catered to. So, what were kind of your like key takeaways from the researchers and the case studies that you've done that you would like to share, so that someone who's just starting on adaptive reuse can gain some insight from that?
So from these case studies, what I have inferred is that there are many strategies that they've used for reuse purpose. So it could be through materials, it could be through the structure, it could be in one of the projects, Cinnamon, they used the two-pronged method, which was also used in the Leaning Tower of Pisa. So such kind inference would be it's just to study the materials, like the not only the materials, the building, the conditions assessment, the different types of like what all assessment needs to be done, the processes, the practices that needs to be followed.
Okay, thank you, Sanjana.
All right. So I think we are approaching the conclusion of this session. But before that, I would like to ask all the presenters if you have any questions. Been talked about by different presenters. There's a lot of scope in terms of how can we think about it, how can we, do the networking and material sourcing, how can we involve stakeholders, and very, very important is that how can we do upskilling, which will be required to deliver these kind of projects. That's very, it requires a lot of upskilling for us to really turn these dreams or proposals or promises into realities. That would be all from my side, and over to you, Sumedha.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Professor.
So
So
I
I
think
think
we have now
to
come to an end of this panel, and I think we've all gained a lot to go back and think about.
I would
I
like
would
to
like
thank
to
the
thank the
panelists,
panelists,
Professor Abu
for
being
being
the faculty discussant, and the audience for a thought-provoking and engaging session.
Thank you
Thank you
so
so
much.
much.
Thank you so much, Sumedha, Professor Faruqi, and all the presenters for another incredible set of presentations and discussions. I now request Professor Faruqi to felicitate Yash with a certificate. I would also like to inform that the certificates for the presenters who've joined us online would be sent by post. Thank you so much. Before we move on to the final session of the day, we will now take a short 15-minute tea break and be back by 4:15 p.m. See you all. Thank you. welcome back to ICB 2024. Without further ado, it is now time for us to move ahead with the third and final session of the day. I request everyone to please be seated.
Vansh, Bhargav, and Bharat and Mani, please come on stage. Yeah, yeah.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome back to ICBE 2024. Without further ado, it is now time for us to move ahead with the third and final session of the day, titled Decoding and Planning. This session will be moderated by Suhani Modi, a third-year student at JSA, with faculty discussing Professor Ritam Sengupta. All the best to all the presenters. We look forward to engaging with your work. Over to you, Suhani.
A very good afternoon to everyone. I'm Suhani and I'll be your moderator for today's final session titled Decoding Planning. The faculty discussant for this session is Professor Ritam Sengupta. All speakers will be given 15 minutes to present and will be given a reminder at the last 5 and 2 minutes for the same. Questions will be taken at the end of all presentations. Our first speaker from this panel is Vansh Shah from JSA. The floor is all yours, Vansh.
And how do I switch slides now? This way, this way. Stop. Hi, my name is Vansha, and within my paper titled Understanding the Decline of Affordable Housing Within Cities, I explored various factors and reasons behind which have promoted the decline of affordability within our cities. The research question that I explored within my paper was how the collusion of economic forces within planning had affected affordable housing within cities, and how the economic bias and prosperity over social welfare and a human-centric approach towards development has further fueled this problem. When thinking about affordability, keywords such as capitalism, inflation, or market conditions come into mind. I know these are true in some aspect, they don't paint the entire picture. And through the course of this presentation, I will be elaborating and explaining some of the reasons which I believe have prompted this problem. Before I like to start, I just wanted to make certain things clear with my presentation. This paper had used secondary data, and though an attempt was made to contextualize the arguments and framework towards the Indian context, due to lack of data or certain graphs I was looking for, case studies have been taken from the international example. The flow of the presentation will go as followed: an overview of the problem, planning and its biases, income inequality, income stagnation and falling spending power, framework to address the problem at hand, and concluding thoughts. Let's start. The city is many things to many people. It is a place of work, a place of home, a place of opportunities and growth, a place for a new future, a new beginning, and many, many more. It is many things to many people, and thus millions flock to the city in the hopes to improve the standards of living and become a part of the capitalist dream that has been sold to each and every one of them. The mode of development, however, this idea, this notion, it is capitalized by the very few segments of urban population, whilst this dream that few people have been able to capitalize has been built upon the backs of many urban poor and vulnerable sections of society that flock to the city in the hopes of climbing up the socio-economic ladder and improving their standards of living. Whereby, I argue, to the adoption of the state's role as an enabler of the market. I argue that aspects such as social welfare, upliftment, have become second fiddle in regards to the economic mode of development that as cities have been molded around. Planning and its biases. Planning is a rather polarizing tool employed by the state, with its potential of driving a sense of social reform and upliftment within society. It also, at the same time, has the ability to segregate, displace, and disrupt the lives of many, especially the urban poor and vulnerable sections of society. Wherein, in the name of development and the greater good of the nation, their well-being, their standards of living, and their livelihood is considered a necessary sacrifice for the state's envisioned plan and development to see light. And it's precisely this disconnect between what people see as necessary and the world-class city that developers envision for the state that where problems such as affordability and housing stem from. In the pursuit of creating such cities, it centers and it is centered around a very specific class of people for which it's designed for, leading to the urban poor to be swept away and the middle class finding it increasingly difficult to stay within the city. I argue that the strong influence and pressures of promoting economic growth within our cities overwhelms the aspect of looking after issues such as social welfare, inclusion, poverty, and falling affordability, and a wide array of other concerns that plague our cities, where due to the power and vested interest of certain groups of individuals and stakeholders within the plan of our cities, we see a mode of development that favors a very small yet powerful section of individuals within a society. Though planning particularly is not the main perpetrator, I argue that it is easy to point the blame and scapegoat it for the problems that plague our city, rather than looking behind the curtains and blaming the oftentimes invisible but real perpetrators that have stronghold our city's development in the first place. In the previous section, I'd like to build upon the previous section, where I'd like to employ a quote, "The rich get richer while the poor get poorer." And the following graphs highlight how there's a strong income inequality that plague our cities, and how the mode of development and the way in which the economy has been centered, a very small segment of society has been able to benefit. This is when I then would like to use a quote of Friedman, saying that our society is molded on this quote, "Socialism for the rich and capitalism for the rest," where the government has created a set of favorable market conditions and systems to safeguard and protect large market players at the expense of majority of the urban population, where this graph highlights the income inequality spread toward different quartiles of the population, where you can see the bottom 50% with 150% takes up the least of the chart. An example within that I would like to employ is taken from the Oxfam report that highlights how favorable tax system has been created for the urban elites. This has been published by the Oxfam reports in India, and through one lens, one can see that this is a very positive sign that the urban poor take up the majority of tax income, as they are playing as they play a crucial part within the consumerist economy, and they are vested within the very ways in which capitalism envisages such people. However, I argue that the system also propagates where the poor find it increasingly difficult to rise up the economic ladder due to large parts of the income being spent on tax, while the rich continue to accumulate and go the world, whilst the poor find it incredibly difficult to make ends meet. Another role is the government's role in adopting an enabler role rather than a provider of the housing market. With the ever-so privatization and commoditization of the housing market, people from different groups have been disproportionately impacted. This is because of this, market interest rises and potential buyers enter the market, leading to the value of these properties to start rising, and as a result, this poses problems for people living under rent control, whilst homeowners greatly benefit of this. This leads to rising rent prices, leading to a greater proportion of their income being spent on their homes and less on other sectors such as spending, especially affecting their savings. As this cycle continues to grow, it reaches a stage where the urban population is no longer able to live in these areas and is thus pushed away in a search for cheaper and more affordable housing, mostly resorting towards the city periphery. The process which I have described above, which many of you could have guessed, is gentrification, a potent issue that plagues our cities, mostly in developed or developing areas. Where I argue that in order to combat this, we need to consider housing less than that we have failed to see housing for what it really is, which is of course a right. And it is seen more as a commodity that further fuels and propagates the problem of affordability within our cities when it comes to housing. Moving on, in this section, I put for the argument of wage stagnation and results in the falling spending power of individuals. First of all, what is real income? Real income is the amount of money individuals make after accounting for inflation. And what is seen within these graphs is how a very specific economic group has benefited of this, whilst the income of middle and lower income groups has somewhat remained stagnant. But what effect has this brought upon? As seen within this graph, it has affected people's spending patterns. Particularly, this graph highlights for the low income and middle income groups, where a greater proportion of the income has been spent on areas such as housing, healthcare, food, which have all been have been greatly impacted by inflation, and less has been spent on other sectors. And what this leads to is of course making ends meet a more of a difficult task as this cycle continues to grow. All of which tie back to the initial claim of how affordability, especially in terms of housing, has fallen within our cities. Where though we're told the idea that our standards of living have increased in hindsight, with the rising costs and inflation, our standards of living has somewhat remained stagnant, if not gone down in the last few decades. So far, I've raised the various issues and problems that have led to a fall of affordability within a city. So within this section, I want to explore what can be done.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah. So I explore what can be done. First and foremost is a restructuring of the taxation system. What I highlighted before was how a very favorable set of tax has been made for the urban elites. And what we need to do is start taxing the rich. And what I wanted to highlight through this figure is that even by taxing the rich by a mere 2%, it would allow healthcare spendings and it would help us tackle issues such as healthcare, education, social protection, public housing, infrastructure problems, maintenance, rations, and a wide array of public issues. The major impact is the indirect taxation systems, which affects the bottom 50%. The bottom 50 spend 6 times more on indirect tax than what the top 10% do. Moving on, borrowing from the German housing system that makes home ownership an extremely difficult task and makes acts such as rent control acts have more power and jurisdiction under the arms of the government. Removing the commodification aspect of housing and they're seeing it less as an investment, and shifting the focus to what housing institutions should be, which is of course a right that all citizens should be able to avail. Finally, shifting a mode of development away from an economic-centric, capitalistic fueling machine and focusing on a mode of development that shifts the privatization and attention of the upliftment of the economic poor and vulnerable sections of society. Though I realize the gravity of the claims that I've put forth, what I'm trying to propose is not following suit and seeing development as a wealth generation mechanism and see it for what it should be, and shifting the perspective to uplift one another and to grow as a community and not as a set of individuals. Though this is a disruptive proposal, I just want to ask, how long can you turn a blind eye to the inequalities that have flooded our cities? To the course of my presentation within my paper, what I sought out to explore was understanding why our cities have become so increasingly difficult to live in. What triggered this curiosity for this research was the movie Push, created by The Shift, an organization that advocates for right to housing, where it depicts the role of private equity firms and its influence in increasing rent prices in certain neighborhoods and promoting the gentrification of such areas and pushing them away. That's the title, Push. This is where I then try to understand and taking these learnings and sort of understanding how it plays in and ties in to the Indian context. Though there still is a lot of scope for this research to go forward. What I tried to do within this presentation was to attempt to unravel some of the mysteries and reasons behind which we are in such a current scenario within our cities. Thank you for your time, and this slide just illustrates some of the references that I used within the framework of my presentation and the paper.
Thank you for that engaging presentation, Vansh. Your suggestions on taxation reforms were particularly interesting. Moving on, our next speaker is Bhargav Gawali from JSA. Over to you, Bhargav.
Okay. Uh, sure, sir. Okay. Hi, I'm Bhargav, and I'm here to talk to you about something most people would consider a little mundane, but it's something that is essential to our daily lives: parking. To most of us, they are the most mundane spaces that we deal in our day-to-day lives. We engage with them every day in almost every place we go. But they are anything but mundane. When you start looking and looking, you start to realize that parking lots have been destroying our cities for the better part of a century. And this is especially true for American cities, which I'll be focusing on today. So every car trip begins and ends with parking. In fact, according to one study, cars spend over 80% of their time parked. As author Henry Graeber points out, a parking space is nothing less than the link between driving and life itself. The 9 by 18-foot portal through which lies whatever you got in the car to do in the first place. We expect parking to be immediately available, directly in front of our destination, and most importantly, free. But this demand for perfect parking has not just changed our physical landscape, but have become the principal factor organizing American architecture. The fact that there's a category of built environment that has sprouted out in America since the 50s. Things like strip malls and dine-ins are completely car-centered and parking-centered. At the center of our biggest cities, some of the most valuable public land on earth has been exclusively reserved for the free storage of private cars. In some cases, more than 30% of the total area of a city can be dedicated to parking. If you look at this map, it highlights the three worst cases in America, which are San Bernardino, Arlington, and Lexington, where San Bernardino has around 46% of its central city space allocated to cars, which are highlighted in red. In fact, it is estimated that there are 2 billion parking spots in America, nearly 7 for every car. To put this number in perspective, if this was a single parking lot, it would be the size of Maryland. And if this proportion was true for the rest of the world, we would need parking the size of France to fulfill this number. Parking has become the primary determinant of the way a place lives, looks, feels, and functions. Parking determines the size, shape, and cost of new buildings, the fate of old ones, the patterns of traffic, the viability of mass transit, the life of a public space, the character of neighborhoods, the state of the city budget, and our whole spread out life in which it is virtually impossible to live without an automobile. If the Empire State Building had been built to the minimum parking requirements of contemporary American cities, for example, its surface parking lot would cover 12 whole blocks. That part is highlighted in green. This would be roughly the size of 12 New York's Tri-City blocks. And the red one is the Empire State Building. Parking wasn't something that just fell from a tree. It was a deliberate act that was created in the 1920s. Parking came about in the 1920s after Ford adopted the assembly lines, because of which cars became easily accessible and affordable, and they quickly turned into the preferred mode of transport. In the early days, cars could basically park anywhere they wanted, but as traffic grew, the need to regulate the street became more and more apparent. The very first regulations were in the forms of time limits. Detroit imposed time limits in 1915, Boston in 1920. New York City restricted parking to 20 minutes on Broadway and other big streets. But demand for parking kept increasing. Alongside, city streets were widened, especially after World War II, where a lot of American cities were, European cities were destroyed in the bombings. The notion was that parking was a public service and an essential one at that. Parking was seen as an exhaustive, endangered resource and more needed to be built. As post-war suburbanization, which was only possible due to accessible car infrastructure, required even more parking infrastructure, to the point that the garage became an icon of the suburban house. Unable to keep up with the demand, city planners slowly started to integrate parking into the very act of planning and building through the use of parking norms. Parking norms are basically a set of rules that determine how much parking should be allocated to a building that is being built. The core idea was to offload parking infrastructure onto the private sector and making them compulsory, hence creating a steady supply of parking anytime the demand increased with the construction of a new building. Theoretically, there would never be a shortage of parking since parking was being built concurrently with the built environment. What are these parking norms based on? Besides surveying other cities, the main influence was from the handbooks created by the Institute of Transport Engineering, which is the ITE, an organization founded in 1930 to improve the mobility and safety, and is still producing handbooks today. The IT's handbooks have been severely criticized. Of the parking requirements they generate, half are based on less than 4 surveys, and 22% are based on just a single one. The demand data is also inflated due to the fact that they are surveying spaces with inflated demand. They are also opaque about the parameters and constraints of their surveys. They also severely lack peak of data, which means whatever parking requirements they do prescribe are just based on the peak load demand. This has created a system where minimum parking requirements are intended to meet the peak parking demand, and no one else provides systematic data that relate peak parking demand to land use, hence created more parking than we would ever need. These fundamental flaws in the regulation that was coming up were not stop parking norms to be adopted by nearly all American cities. In a 1946 survey encompassing 76 cities, it was revealed that nearly 17% had integrated parking requirement into their zoning ordinances. By 1951, 71% of these cities were either implementing parking requirements or in the process of adopting them. Although these parking norms create free parking, through this, they cost hundreds of millions of dollars to Americans and morbidly to people who don't even own cars. In one example, Donald Shoup estimates that the cost of 4 above ground parking spaces per 1,000 square of office space increases the cost of office space by 27%. And this number jumps to 67% when you talk about underground parking. These costs are then externalized and become a part of the operational costs of the service being provided and is passed to non-car using customers due to the lack of discrimination between someone who uses cars and someone who doesn't. Hence, non-users, who actually comprise 60% of whom are actually low-income households, are being charged for parking spaces in the majority of the US. It is a service for the rich whose cost is borne by the poor. Sorry. Yeah. Parking norms have also changed how America is built. Since it's just easier to make a box and surround it with parking, the US is defined by low boxy buildings surrounded by vast empty patches of asphalt like tiny archipelagos. They have also created runoff suburbanization. Since housing is now beholden to minimum parking requirements and city centers don't have enough space to accommodate that, housing is built further and further away from the city, which increases the dependency on cars, which increases the requirement for parking, creating a nearly unbreakable cycle. All this payment also has direct environmental consequences. One is simply the cost of producing it all. The production of cement is responsible for almost 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions. And lots and garages are part of that total, as is all the infrastructure required to serve the sprawl. A second is the loss of natural land to suburban development. A majority of this expansions happens on unbuilt land. In the US, it would be mostly wetlands and grasslands because they're flat enough to not require a lot of capital expenditure to build. The third is the urban heat island effect. Payments and roofs absorb energy from the heat generating elements of urban life, such as buildings and vehicles, which means that cities both warm up faster and cool down slower than natural areas. A fourth is flooding. Since all of this payment is impermeable, it makes it harder for water to be absorbed by the ground, and cities become more flood prone than they have before. But the biggest impact of all of this is all the driving it incentivizes. Transportation is America's largest source of greenhouse gases, with drivers in Texas alone accounting for 0.5% of global carbon emissions. Americans also own 289 million cars for a population of 330 million. So, statistically speaking, a lot of children there also own cars. Americans have discarded public transportation at astonishing rates. Americans also drive more miles than any other country in the world. Our insatiable demand for parking has created a cycle that has gone completely out of our control. Although it's a mundane phenomena, parking's impact can be felt on many things, but only if we choose to look. As a student of urban planning, this onion headline summarizes it perfectly. We are suffering the consequences of a problem we have created.
Thank you for your insightful presentation on the negative impacts of car-centric design on American cities. This research can be instrumental in promoting more sustainable and people-centered urban planning practices. The third speaker for this session is Mani Chandraprabha from the Jindal School of Art and Architecture.
Good evening, everyone. I am Mani Chandraprabha, here to present my research on Imphal Smart City. Before I get started, I do want to clarify on one thing. No, I did not choose Manipur because my name is Mani. I chose it for reasons which I hope would be obvious by the end of the session. Okay, so without further ado, this is a state. And one would only hope this meant putting an end to the conflict. Presenting Smart City and Territorial Politics, a smart solution for ethnic violence. My journey in unpacking this research began with a very simple question. What is the rhetoric of the Smart City mission, and how does it fit into the ethnic and cultural landscape of Manipur, given its socio-political history? So before we dive into the rhetoric of the Smart City mission, I think it's important to understand the ethnic background of the state that I speak of. The year was 1997. Macbeth, Stage of Blood, an adaptation by director Lokendra Arambam, was set to be performed on a floating stage. Hundreds gathered to watch the spectacle and immerse themselves in the tale of bloodlust, greed, and thirst for power, and to witness Macbeth's fall from glory, only to be left with the bone-chilling realization that it was in fact a tale about their motherland. Given the social unrest, Macbeth invariably carried a strong resonance. It represented the fragility of political reality and incessant cyclic violence in the region. Lokinda Arambam's play makes us question what is this cyclic violence that he talks of, and how did it emerge in Manipur? So, Manipur displays a very complex geographical ethnic identity, particularly centric to the hill and the valley. The Naga and Kuki tribes reside in the hill, whereas the dominant Meitei inhabit the valley. The colonial administration conquered the hill areas and classified them as excluded areas. The policy of non-interference prevented other ethnic groups from buying land or settling in the hills. In the name of administrative convenience, many tribes were classified and brought under different territorial authorities, completely disintegrating their customary laws, thereby introducing territorial politics which was otherwise unknown to the region. These colonial classifications have been internalized and politicized to shape ethnic identity, segregation, and territorial attachments, thereby dismantling the sacrosanct ideology that interlinked land and to the spiritual and cultural tribal identity. Moreover, subsequent colonial governments did nothing to disband these laws or even to made an attempt to re-examine them, despite them leading to various conflicts. For instance, the Chin Hill Regulation Act, passed in the 1896, allowed the British to tax the land and gain control over the frontier region. Similarly, the Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reform Act, the MLR and LRA, passed by the government in 1960, also only recognized individual ownership, allowing the state to annex the commons and gain control over tribal lands in the hill. The colonial politics of othering the tribes by labeling them as savages permeated the belt in terms of material dominance of the British, where the so-called excluded areas turned to be infrastructure deficit areas. The notion of spatial control through political supremacy, territorialization, military surveillance, taxation, and infrastructure in the hill territories were essential for the British infrastructure policy and continue to remain the same post-independence. Infrastructure development in Manipur is an act of power which defines the measures of inclusion, exclusion, control, and dominance. The infrastructure disparity in the hill and valley is a material manifestation of such political ideologies into the built environment. The Ministry of Development of the Northeast region, in collaboration with Northeast Council, the NEC, released a district report on infrastructure index of 80 districts of Northeast India, which revealed the disproportionate road infrastructure development, as the valley districts were ran at the top and the hill district had the lowest of ranks. Not to mention, the narrative being propagated blamed the ongoing ethnic conflicts for curbing development in the hill districts, when in truth, the concept of modernity as imagined by the state was threatening the ecology of the region, along with its livelihood of the tribal community. This philosophy of development that depended on accumulation through disposition stems from the idea of modern state. In the late 1940s, science and technology became the path to achieving modernity, leading to high-end cutting-edge infrastructure proposed by Gandhians and Nehruvians alike, paving way for the emergence of schemes like Smart City Mission. The idea of the Nehruvian state became a critical moment in time as every development scheme that followed included the smart city mission, reflected the same ideologies. For instance, the goals set out for the SEZ are very much similar to the ones of the smart city mission, where the primary motive was to the urge to translate such urban imaginations of urban utopias through planning often overrode the needs, desires, and beliefs of individual groups. Such visuals help direct public's attention toward the greater good that can be achieved using technology rather than its practicality. The Smart City Mission was a simple four-step program. Its primary intention was to develop core infrastructure, provide smart solutions, and propose this for a selected portion of the city where the same model could be replicated in various other areas of the city. If we look at the state of Manipur and the city Imphal, we see that at first glance, a lot of importance has been given to e-services. However, if we look at the work that has been done, the priority has been given to a lot of city beautification projects and core infrastructure projects. The idea, in most cases, all the core infrastructure projects were justified for the need of e-services, where technology would be an additional layer on top of the physical infrastructure, which would make it smart. And the second big portion of smart city was the area-based development, which in fact has a higher chances of increasing inequalities within the region as it leads to the concentration of resources in one area. In case of Manipur, it can be even more detrimental given the disparity with hill and valley infrastructure. I would be just popping up some current newspaper headlines of the state and read out the smart city mission guideline while I do it. So the objective of the smart city mission is to promote cities that provide core infrastructure and give a decent quality of life to its citizens, a clean and sustainable environment, and application of smart solutions. The focus is on sustainable and inclusive development. And the idea is to look at compact areas, create a replicable model which will act like a lighthouse to other aspiring cities. The smart city mission of the government is bold new initiative. I do not want to spell out the irony for you, so I will instead compel you to pause, reflect, and question the emerging patterns of development and recognize them for what they truly are. Thank you.
Thank you, Mani, for your presentation on such an important issue. It is important for us as future practitioners of the built environment to understand that there's a gap between the rhetoric of a smart city initiative and the reality of marginalized communities. Our final presenter for today is Bharat R. from JSA. The floor is all yours, Bharat.
Um, okay. Hello. I'm Bharat. I'm a third year architecture student from the Jindal School of Art and Architecture, and today I will be presenting my paper, Unplannable Homes Slash and Burn Planning. So before we get into the actual contents of this essay, I would like to recall a short story which I read, which prompted me to write this essay. So the question of can the act of planning our cities ever be devoid of violence was rampant on my mind when I read the short story I Bought a Little City by Donald Barthelme for the first time.
The story revolves around a central main character who buys a Galveston, which is located in Texas, and changes. And the story is essentially the changes he brings to the city through the enforcement of his ideas. From building a sort of jigsaw puzzle recreation of the Mona Lisa as resettlement homes for those he displaced, to shooting down 6,000 dogs, he becomes this exemplar authoritarian figure who enforces his ideas under the vocabularies of improving the city for the better. Short story as this may be, I think this story is a telling narrative for our very own experiences with planning. The questions I am engaging with in this presentation to understand the categories of planning, more specifically housing planning, and violence in this presentation, as you can see from on the slides, are these three questions. How does planning in the interface between the planning apparatus and the informal settlement dweller manifest as a form of violence? Can we understand the categories of plannable and unplannable, foregrounding sort of the violence which contributes to the making of these categories? Also, this becomes the kind of like the focus of this paper. Can we also theorize a term which point towards the violences that emerge through and within planning processes? So yeah, I utilize this framework of slash and burn to highlight these three questions, and I borrow the term slash and burn from a kind of farming practice which unfolds in three sort of steps. A patch of land is selected, the existing vegetation in the patch of land is slashed and cleared, after which the vegetation is burned for a nutrient-rich soil for cultivation. These categories through which we understand slash and burn farming will be a guiding basis through how we understand slash and burn planning. I utilize this framework to unpack violences which emerge, which is very evident. I utilize this framework to unpack violences that emerge through and within planning, essentially discussing one, the violences that surround in the making and the framing of the unplannable, the violences, which is also sequential, like the discussion will be sequential as like that. The violences that surround in the making and framing of the unplannable, plannable, the spectrum of violences affecting people differently. The corollary between slash and burn farming and slash and burn planning is through the categories of, this four sort of categories of cultivated and uncultivated by the farmer, which they enforce on the land and the things that are there on the land. To the categories of the planned and the unplanned, which the planner engages with to enforce their ideas on the subjects of the planning apparatus. Before I proceed, I would like to make the sort of contours of this metaphor very clear. In no way I am making a claim which equates the positions of the farmer to that of the planner. Arguably, the planner occupies a comparatively less precarious position to that of the farmer. So therefore, for this paper, I'm specifically locating this with a sole focus towards this relationship that the farmer has with the land and the things on the land as a comparative basis for the relationship that the planner has with the subjects of planning, which is like, to crassly put, the people. So the three sort of discourses which I turn towards to highlight this are planned illegality, aesthetic governmentality, and slow and spectacular violence. Therefore, I'd be taking the works of Gautam Barnes, Planned Illegalities, Housing and the Failure of Planning, Asher Gertner's Rule by Aesthetics, and Rutula Kundu and Shivani Satija's Examining Slow and Spectacular Forms of Violence through the Politics of Redevelopment in Kamatipura seriously. So, how do we understand violence in the framing of the unplannable? I argue that it happens broadly through two tactics. One is framing of the unplannable through what Gertner terms as codes of appearance. And there is also this framing of the unplanned on a much more structural level. I shall discuss the latter towards the end of the presentation, along with the third section, because both of which I extensively draw from Barnes. So moving on, elaborating on the former, Gertner's categories of aesthetic governmentality and the world-class city, which I thought would be a useful tool in understanding the sort of the aesthetic biases of the planning process. Aesthetic governmentality refers to a way of governing a population and its place based on aesthetic, which he terms again as codes of appearance, which rather than like documents and records. He shows us this idea is ever pervasive in this imagination of a world-class city. And then he specifically locates this large parts of the book in Delhi. He posits the world-class city in Delhi and other emerging markets like Delhi as an aspirational standard to reach the globally indexed targets of development. It means that the goal is to attain international prestige by holding these major events. And I'm again quoting from Gertner again, attracting Fortune 500 companies and providing high quality lifestyle to appeal to its global consumers. The aesthetic standards becomes a form of power knowledge which influences how people perceive and participate in the discourse of the world-class city. I think this approach doesn't ask about the nature of the world-class city it's modeling after, but whether it meets the the sort of general criteria what is considered acceptable in a world-class city. Let me show this first. Yeah, ahead of the G20 summit held in India, there was like plenty of demolitions that are done in India, and the citations. Oh, it's visible. One such demolitions that were carried out in the direction of the Archaeological Survey of India (ASI), which is in a settlement near Tughlaqabad Fort in Delhi. The residents were deemed as encroachers and that they had encroached on the land and illegally constructed their homes. The court documents directed them at their own cost to remove their illegally constructed homes in a period of 15 days. Gertner's framework and also, to some extent, the work of Barn, as I would highlight later, helps us to look at the specific categories of encroached and illegal in critical terms. These categories are arguably founded on aesthetic-oriented categories of what is even legitimate and what is even legal. There are like 49 demolition drives in New Delhi, which was conducted between the 1st of April and July 27th, 2023, which led to nearly 230 acres of land being reclaimed. The aesthetic-oriented imagery of the world-class city is so pervasive that, oh my God, where is it? Okay, there is a so the aesthetic-oriented imagery of the world-class city is so pervasive that tall green plastic sheets, which I'm not seeing in the presentation, were erected along the roads in which the informal settlements face to hide it from the road users. Even in the definition of slum as framed in the legal context and the vivid sort of descriptions offered in the website of the Slum Rehabilitation Authority of Maharashtra highlights this. The categories of unfit, lack, unhygienic, deplorable, unsafe. I argue this idea of lack produced by the planning apparatus poses the planner in the role of this provider. The planners legitimized to enact their violence under the guise of provided on site. Affecting vulnerable groups, vulnerable social groups and ecosystems. The antithesis to this spectacular violence, on the other hand, refers to this sort of displays of violence, which is like these large-scale planned urban restructurings, supposedly planned urban restructurings and spatial transformations. These acts are often carried out under the guise of redevelopment and are driven by this moral argument, which she uses specifically to Kamatipura under this moral argument for sanitizing and commodifying space, which is termed as the moral regime. Within the scope of this framework, slow violence has the possibilities of becoming spectacular violences. To crassly put, there is slow violence imbued in the making of the unplannable, which manifests into spectacular violence when there is an attempt of making this whole unplannable plannable. Even when we sort of re-examine the examples that I have shown earlier, especially with the this displays of violence with the demolition drives or the green sheets that were placed on the roads to hide the resettlement colonies, we see this kind of interplay of slow and spectacular forms of violences from how legally they're framed as something that lacks a certain thing, to the interventions that escalates, and there is partial sort of interventions done which is founded on this particular idea. To understand the spectrum of violences that affect sort of different people differently, which I argue the brunt of which is experienced by the informal dweller, I think Barnes' planned illegalities offer a good framework in understanding that. Barn, in his paper, argues that the chaos in the urban development in Delhi is not due to a lack of planning, but rather the outcome of planning itself. He locates this paper within the housing planning in Delhi. To him, planning performs two key roles: determining spatial patterns even in cities that are unplanned and chaotic, and producing and regulating illegalities. Therefore, the question I seek through Barnes' work is, what role does planning have to play in the production of illegality? Within Barnes' framework, planning becomes an agent in which produces this kind of illegality. For instance, when he utilizes empirical evidence to highlight this particular table to highlight the housing shortfalls in planned colonies in Delhi. This indicates that there's a significant gap. Essentially, there is two kinds of categories here. There is intended percentage of built housing and the actual percentage of built housing. That was sort of built by DDA and the DDA approved actors. This table kind of shows a disjuncture between the intended percentage of the total built housing and the actual percentage of the total built housing. I think what becomes interesting in Barnes' analysis is that he shows us how DDA overbuilt middle income and higher income groups, and contrastingly severely underbuilt for the lower income groups. This is also within the framework of slow and spectacular violences becomes a much more subversive tactic in which violence is framed. He also adds that there's this lack of notified and zoned land, which further widens this housing shortfall. So this master plan, this master plan not being able to catch up with this lived realities of urban growth and expansion. So he uses the master plan of Delhi 2001 and 2021 to substantiate his claims. He says that when master plan of Delhi 2001 and master plan of Delhi 2021 was issued in their respective years, which I understand 2 points from the sort of claims that you were making here. So one is built up areas were beyond the scope of the notified area, and the master plans did not really acknowledge the already built up areas in the development plans. So to me, Barnes' work highlights how structurally that which is unplannable, illegal, gets produced and reproduced just by the functioning of this planning apparatus. And furthermore, it shows us how shortfalls in housing affect different people differently. So to sort of conclude, slash and burn framework, I argue, offers an interesting lens to look at planning. If we were to think about this framework in the context of, things like housing justice, I think it brings to bear the important matters of concerns to the forefront. Because when we engage with literature with regards to planning and housing, there are terms which exist, like Ananya Roy's strategically unmapped, which really do not highlight that this violent facet of planning to a T. Like slash and burn, the relationship which foregrounds this exercise of power whose violent displays assures the planner a degree of complete agency over their planned subjects. Like the farmer who can alter or not alter the land in any shape they want, the planner similarly can exact their sort of planned visions, violently affecting people with impunity. So with this, I conclude.
No. I can. No. I can. You want me to?
Yeah. Um, Thank you, Bharat, for your presentation. With this, we come to an end to all the presentations for this session. I would now request our faculty discussant to lead the discussions on this session.
Thanks very much, and thanks to all the panelists. It was absolute tour de force. I mean, I don't mean to be patronizing, but this is really extremely detailed research papers for undergraduate students. So I want to congratulate all of you for this. It's absolutely brilliant. But I just started teaching here a few months back, and maybe some of the stuff I'll say is some sort of reflection on that as well. I'm intrigued by the fact that you're so critical about the prospect of planning, which is only a kind of bread and butter from the profession I come from. But one sort of big question or provocation I would like you to think with is that what is it about what you as people who are going into a profession which is essentially involved with things like design and planning, what would you like? How do you take this sort of criticality into the more functional aspects of design and planning? That's sort of a basic provocation I want to, because I'm encouraged by your cynicism about design and planning, but I'm also intrigued by the fact that, well, this is what you'll have to do presumably for the rest of your life. So I'm curious as to if you have some thoughts on that, which are not perhaps directly related to your paper. Now, I'm not asking you to solve the Manipur problem by design like overnight. One of the reasons for raising these sort of issues is also because this was a panel on planning. I think we have to understand this specific time period when we are talking about planning. Yeah, planning is specifically, sometime in the early 20th century, and the dates can be sort of debated, but roughly, let's say from the 1910s, 20s onwards, broadly in the Western world, but also a gradually sort of decolonizing world, there was a realization that you cannot have something like free market capitalism, where you cannot have like a free flow of market forces, which leads to what was thought previously in sort of political economy to lead into, really utopian outcomes. Like, everybody would be, it wasn't a question of equality, but there would be a great standard of life for everybody. This thought was increasingly becoming impossible, especially with something like the Great Depression in the US. Now, since then, obviously, like a country like ours took up the proposition of planning quite seriously. We had these 5-year plans, somewhat based on the Soviet model, though not entirely. And we seem to have, of course, like all the criticisms you offer, in a way, also stem from the kind of frustrations we've had with that sort of what is in some ways called high modernist kind of planning, which came with the Nehruvian era and the like. And we're in a kind of curious period where we certainly know that a lot of things about that sort of what top-down, if you like it, I mean, that we can debate this if it was particularly top-down or something else. Planning as that sort of a proposition has met its limits in some ways. So, typically the proposition, like, I think one of you quoted him, but this is something which all of us would quote in our graduate school, Parthu Chatterjee's view that where planning ends, politics begins. Something like that, right? Planning is antithetical. Planning is a particularly anti-political act. Several books written about South Asia, Africa particularly, would make that point. Development as an anti-political machine, as James Ferguson would call it. But we have come to another sort, so that old has not quite died, and a curious kind of newness has come about. So for instance, the smart city sort of mission. For instance, the fact that we do not have the planning commission in this country anymore, and we have something like the Niti Aayog, which is difficult to define what it does. I'm not saying it's completely ineffective or something, but we don't really know what it does. One easy way of thinking about it, or one obvious way, is a very different relationship with time. So all of us, planning or design would involve a certain investment in the future. But in the case of something like the smart city mission, you're really thinking, and the slash and burn agriculture, I'm coming to it, it's actually a very good metaphor to capture this new kind of maybe impetus of planning, which is really the short-termism. And so going back to some of the things Abu was saying about life cycle planning, and do we do that, or do we immediately take up more immediate tasks? So it seems, I mean, one can call it neoliberal or not, that wouldn't make too much of a difference, but a particular kind of technocracy has come about. The smart city is a very good example of it, where, you know, you're in the realm of not structures, but services too of a particular kind, you know, like you wrote, e-services more than sort of actual welfare or things like that. So that's sort of the new, which is, you know, it's more than on the horizon, we are living through it. But the new has also proved quite pathological. So going back again to the question of this sort of smart technologies, during, for instance, the Delhi program, which was very recently done, you know, this thing called the Vahan app, which can be used to capture number plate data, and it reveals the name of the user of the car. And that was used for particular kinds of religious persecution in these sort of events which happened in Delhi a few years back. So there's already a pathological form in which the new is appearing to us in terms of planning. So that's sort of, I mean, that's the conjuncture in which we live in. So that's something worth reflecting when you're sort of thinking about planning. Going back to this question of planning, you know, is really sort of where planning ends, politics begins, that sort of a thing. As you know, when I read your papers, and you know, for instance, the case of wealth inequality, and really kudos again for that, you know, that really difficult Oxfam report for really revealing to us what it says. It's difficult argumentation, it's difficult statistical sort of points. But carefully think through, let's say, the question of India through this question of wealth inequality. Like, you know, so what I'm trying to get at is that, which is something which, let's say, Gautam Bhan kind of indicates that planning is not only, it's not very helpful perhaps at this conjuncture to think of planning as the limits, or politics as the limits of planning. I mean, to think through planning as a political exercise, and we only know the more powerful forms of it. So in the case of wealth inequality, you know, clearly we've been, if there's been some design which has gone into this sort of pyramidal wealth structure, it's also interesting that it does not only involve the 1%. It involves people like us in some ways, you know, who will go at the end of the month and invest in mutual funds, which apparently will show a certain growth figure, which apparently will show the country growing, all the while where there is a huge section which is, you know, it's curious low equilibrium trap, as economists would have it. This is also kind of, you know, we've known this sort of powerful political implication of planning. But especially because if this reveals planning to be a kind of, also in the case of parking, for instance, like, you know, how did we come about this point where when forms of inhabitation were supposed to be for people, they turn out to be for cars? It's a sort of irony which actually can be explained through planning rather than the lack of it. And even that, in fact, is a political act, like planning itself as a political sort of act. Yeah, I mean, I think I'll stop at that, and I'm curious what you have to say, and maybe we can carry on the discussion. But as sort of clearly budding architects and professionals of the built environment and the like, I'm curious as to how you see this sort of, the sort of triangulation of planning, design, and justice or politics or inequality, but how to think of this problem through planning rather than, rather than sort of something which is, I don't know, anti-planning or something. Because it does not seem to me, and I'll be cynical here myself, that there is an anti-planning proposition we have, not only because you're compelled to be in a particular profession for the choices you've made, but also generally in the complex sort of world we live in. Something like sustainability, climate change, it's impossible to think of resolving this. Once again, you can't go back to a point of this sort of free market anarchy, which will actually resolve this in some way. So we have to think through planning. That is sort of a kind of proposition I'll make. You're, of course, if I've read you correctly, all of you, you're free to disagree. But I'll stop at that.
Yeah, we can open the floor to questions now.
My name is Professor H.M. Desard. I'm economist by profession. I was member of the Maharashtra Planning Commission. And many of the things that you have said in your now moderator's remarks, I largely agree with them. And another reason that I invited myself here is that I happen to see your, because I am reminded of my friend Laurie Baker. When I was a member there in the Maharashtra, I knew Laurie Baker earlier, but when there was earthquake in the Latur, and there was a big building project coming up with the World Bank aid and all that. To cut the long story short, I said that as an economist, I won't be able to sell the idea to the power politicians. So I said to Laurie Baker, you make a plan and which let us see if that is acceptable. Thereafter, I mean, I have been seeing Laurie Baker's work. And incidentally, when I see all these faces here, हमारे पोतियों को और पोतों को देखता हूँ because my own granddaughter last year did after her architecture course, a course on sustainability. But all these things apart, as a future practitioners of built environment that you say, why do you, I think the first and foremost thing professionally that you need is to demystify all this whole world of expertise and planning. Yes, you need planning, more planning in science, more science in planning. That's well taken. But the two specific things I would say. I mean, all this called modern architecture, atrocious things, have come in the last 5 or 10 generation, at the most. 5, I would say. How has the built environment over the generations come, if you think? Is it not the time to think in the wake of the sustainability and climate change? Any architecture that will do without cement, steel and glass will be the preferable thing. Maybe that you don't make one transition, but you will have to give thought to that. And incidentally, Nehruvian, there was a reference to Nehruvian state, and we have been products of that in our economic thinking and all that. But probably you, the person who shown the slide, did you make reference somewhere to Gandhi also? I think no. The way Gandhiji wanted to build this country was quite different from what modern state and planning wanted to do it here. So would you think of applying your mind and reclaim our heritage, reclaim that we come to the senses where place of community and nature is central to what we do. That is my concern. I'm just layman. I have come here to just understand, but there was a reference to Laurie Baker but incidentally, let me congratulate you. Very good presentation. And if you people are thinking on these radical lines, I think there is a great hope. But yes, you need a professional competence, but equally societal commitment. And that societal commitment will come when you make things nature-centered and people-centered and present all models of economic development, capitalism, socialism, state market are anti-people and anti-nature. So I think there is a great need at this time. And roti kapda makan mein to hi sare log khatm ho ja rahe. I think it's a big racket. I have seen it from a Back Bay reclamation in Mumbai. What a game it is. And final one or two words or lines. All this sector is called real estate. I think there is no more contradictory term than that. It's just an oxymoron. Everything unreal and fraudulent is a real sector. So how do you function in that? I have just shared some of my maybe hardest ideas with the youngsters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. That was very insightful. Are there any other questions for the panelists?
Hello. Thank you for your question. If I'm interpreting the question correctly, you're saying that we're being hypercritical of let's say planning procedures. So if we were to work with planning procedures and also to draw some kind of analysis of how we work from it, that's what you want, some indication from towards that, if I'm interpreting this correctly, right?
Sir, I'm so sorry, but we're a little short on time.
Can I make a quick comment, please? Yeah. Yeah. Really very interesting presentations, and I kind of want to slightly echo and ride on what the other commentators have said, right? The concern, I think, is partly coming from the fact that there's a risk in critical work of somehow totalizing what we are seeing as the enemy. And it's a real risk in the sense that it feels like capital is the only one game and it does everything very, very powerful and totally commanding the whole area. State does that, right? I think what's really important to remember, keep in mind, is that capital is a very contradictory force. All kinds of things happening in it all the time. State is like that, full of all kinds of projects, particularly the contemporary state is full of all kinds of contradictory projects. One part of it doesn't know what the other part is doing. We imagine that it's very coherent. It is not. It's the most contradictory body in which you have one end of it doing something else is doing something else. It often collapses on its own weight, right? I think that's where actually the opportunity for professional planners and architects actually lies, in the sense that there is really no outside to the state. There's really no outside to capital. There's no real outside to modernity. You ought to operate inside of that. You ought to operate along with that. You need to learn to sleep with the enemy, literally. Now, when you learn to sleep with the enemy, it's an uncomfortable way of living. It's going to be very, very uncomfortable. But that's what your life is all about. And if it is your life, then the question would be, from this critical awareness, what do you do? Right? In the morning, Ayushi was saying that for 2 questions I asked, what's your trip in life and what's your practice? Right? And I'm thinking that it's really, really important for you to be able to figure out what is that practice that you will go after from this moment of interrogation, of self-reflection, of saying that, look, I can see what this game is about, but what do I do next? Because it's you who has to operate within the shadows, within the crevices of all of this whole system. So that's the question that I have for you. So what's your real practice here?
I think when approaching planning and approaching the way we tackle the field, I think one thing that we need to, I think two things I think we need to start off with. One is understanding the various stakeholders at play and the various needs of the citizens, be it in terms of the public, be it in terms of private equity. These are all stakeholders of the plan. And secondly, is the fact of considering the effect of capital and the market condition that sort of dictate and have a control over planning. So I think like what we are in such a scenario where we've reached an imbalance, where we are pushing the mode of development, we're pushing the economic growth moreover than what's needed on ground, be it in terms of social welfare, inequality, poverty, hunger, and a range of other problems that tackle, I think. So I think when we approach plans, obviously it is a very sort of isolated sort of approach that it may take, and what needs to be done in my opinion, though of course there's a very complex issues which I'm a lot of planners and people within our field are trying to tackle. What I think needs to be done is taking these conversations and discussions from the ground up, making it a very sort of conscious part of the plan, and sort of experimenting with how to balance it out. We've experimented with terms of pushing economic growth, and we have achieved that in some aspects. We have seen certain cities throughout our nation that have experienced tremendous growth, be it sectors like Delhi, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. But now I think what we need to do is shift the model of our development and sort of re-get that balance and sort of understand how we can make it more people-centric and make it more that. And to do that is not going to be easy. It is going to require a lot of hard changes and decisions to be taken, but it is something that we have to be comfortable. Like I said, sleeping with the enemy. We have to be comfortable with the fact that yes, our plan is going to cause some disconveniences. It's going to upset some powers, but we have to think of the long-term goal in mind. And to do that is something that requires not only a strong political will, but also a lot of push and like a proper implementation. Because no matter how intricately we sort of plan and sort of idealize how we want development to happen, it's a relationship between how it's enforced and how it's enacted. So I think that's what I think we need to, how as practitioners we need to start tackling this problem.
Are there any other questions?
Hello. Yeah. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the speakers. It was a wonderful panel. My question is for Bharat. How would you situate forms of resistance within slash and burn planning?
Thank you for the question. Should I like respond hear out Taha's question and then do I respond to this, or?
Yeah, you can do that.
Hi. Yeah, thank you so much, all the panelists. My question sadly is also for Bharat. Um, one of the larger points you're making is that you're situating the violence in when the process from the unplannable to the plannable, that process. So I was wondering, how do you view this category of unplannable? So are these the planners saying that this is not unplannable? Or is it different to unplanned? Or is this a lack of planning there? Or that planning cannot even reach there?
Thank you for the question. I think I'll go by order, so I'll answer Pia's first, and then I'll get to you. So the scope of resistance, right? So even this was a thought when I was writing the paper also myself, because recently, and this is much after I read the paper, I had the chance to read The Right to Be Counted by Sanjeev Rutre. And Sanjeev Rutre, that book becomes very interesting to me because now post facto looking at the paper I've written, is because Rutre makes an interesting claim of short planning, to simply put, reduces people to population. But he describes this this tactics and counter tactics of this claims making and how you would like to be embedded as citizens. He describes, he goes into these 3 resettlement colonies and essentially looks at the resistant movements there. So it's very interesting to me because it is this idea of of this claim to be counted, to be accounted for, to be embedded within the planning processes to sort of get, let's say, a ration card, to get an ID card, all of these which grant certain privileges, social privileges. So this was very much a thought, but now I think this segues into Taha's sort of comment. I think like if I were to say what the focus of my paper, it's not from it's to look at this violence in reducing the people to population, and the kind of manifestations it takes. Let's say going to like the slow forms of violence to the spectacular forms of violence. There is this violence in this reduction of people to population. I was I'm not sure if it articulates as well in the presentation I gave or even in the paper I've written, but this was the thought. And now going to this category of planned and unplanned, at least even in the paper, that I think at least there are two tactics, at least when keeping foregrounding violence in mind. One is how planning processes even produce and reproduce these categories of illegalities. For instance, like like master plan is not, let's say, sensitive to the on-ground realities. For instance, there is like a resettlement colony. It's not mapped. So right now, because it is not mapped, it is therefore it is unplanned. But there's also, interestingly, this framing of the unplanned, which I use Gertner, Gertner as my like guiding basis, which is like, sure, it is unplanned because it doesn't come from the planning apparatus, but it is also unplanned because it doesn't meet this this aesthetic idea. It doesn't look planned. So there are two distinct ways I have identified. I'm sure there are much more nuances to this, but I hope it clarifies certain things.
Thank you, Bharat. We have time for one last question.
So my question is to Bhargav. So how would you say that your research applies to the Indian subcontinent and the parking situation here?
Yeah. So in the Indian context, as students of architecture, we have all dealt with the NBA and its minimum parking requirements. We have to integrate parking into our own infrastructure. But I feel like in the Indian context, it's also a little bit different in the sense that most of us don't own cars. Most of people who study in general would more of the high class, so they are more likely to own cars. But car ownership in India is less than 5%. So the need for parking is not as prevalent in India as it is in other countries. So I feel like we're still safe for a few years until that car ownership number goes higher, and we might repeat the same mistakes as they did. So we need to be careful about that.
Do you think that this analysis of yours should be applicable to more than just cars and the other sort of transportation systems? Because India, with that 5% itself, is in such a bad state. Do you think that there could be something done?
This is more of a problem because car ownership is also concentrated to a few metropolises like Bangalore, Delhi. More of the largest cities is where cars are mostly located. So there is a bias we have of seeing those cars there, and I feel like that's a problem that is more to be solved locally than on a policy level in India.
Thank you, Bhargav. This concludes our session. A big thank you to all the speakers and Professor Ritam for sharing their perceptions on the politics of planning and how instrumental it can be, especially for vulnerable populations. We hope this discussion has given you plenty to think about. Thank you.
Thank you, Suhani, Professor Sengupta, and all the presenters for a wonderful last session of the day. I now request Professor Sengupta to felicitate the presenters.
Bharat.
Thank you so much. As this session comes to an end, we now conclude the day one of the International Conference of the Built Environment, ICBE 2024. We will see all of you tomorrow for the next two sessions of the conference, as well as a screening of the film, A Sound Democracy, followed by a discussion with the filmmaker, Dhananjay Sinha. We will begin at 10 a.m. tomorrow.